Hey everybody, welcome back. Age of Rulers time.
You're
um, this time, the roles are a little bit different. Most people are mostly the same, but Willow could not be with us, and so we have Josh taking over the role of Renantha, and Alfie taking over the role of Erstein. Um,
you just called me Alfie again. I can't believe
God
this.
damn it! You two are too similar, I guess. Nico
It's
taking
almost like
over.
he's based off of me.
Nico taking over Erstein. So last we left our rulers, they had arrived at Shola and had learned all about Tomas's recent backstory in that he's supposed to be dead, according to his father, but apparently is not. And the only clue you have to why he behaved in the way that he did is because of he was seen talking to a sort of religious acolyte or missionary who had come to visit the college town in the recent months. After that, it was getting kind of late, and y'all had a long day after the Olympics, so you retired to a private campus building that the headmaster lent to you guys to stay in for a day or so, and that is where you find yourselves now. Would anybody like to do anything from the get-go?
What exactly are we? Are we just resting here as of right
So
now?
you were just resting here overnight. It is now pretty much like not quite dawn, but early in the morning. So like maybe around 7 to 8 a.m. I imagine Polinx has been up for a couple hours at this point, as he tends to be, and you are kind of at a loss. Your one lead with this book that you got has been taken from you, and you don't really know what Tomas's deal was or like who he was working for. The headmaster did leave you with some information that he would talk to like the librarian of the school and see if he could find any information there, or look into who exactly visited at the time that Tomas was seen talking to that acolyte. But for now, you can't really do much except wait for the headmaster to get back to you on that.
Um,
Remind me again what Tomas looked like.
He looked like
Because I just don't see it on like the character sheet, and I was trying to remember.
he's not in your character sheet, but he was a like early 20s looking, black ruffled hair, kind of fair complexion, eyes sunken in that you guys kind of attributed to his scholarliness. Relatively like meek and mild personality until he betrayed you in the very end. Honestly, from all accounts, just kind of looked like a standard handsome looking guy.
Yeah. All right. I guess if Dane is the first one up, actually, given he may be doing just like drills, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like morning meditation preparation and drills to try and calm himself to figure out where to go from here.
Okay.
I'd say he tends, given his I guess how do I describe it? He'd do it outside, essentially, and he'd try to like look more official around it. And then while he's doing so, he may just, I don't know if people are out and about early in the morning, but he may passively try to hear conversations.
Okay. So he's out meditating in like the front courtyard area of this house, and you see a couple like milk delivery people out on a stroll. This building down here is like a farm school building, so people learn how to raise livestock and do agriculture down there. And so these people are just out delivering milk to. God damn it! They're out delivering milk to people around town, and they're walking by you, and they're not milfs. No, they're not in that
Oh.
service industry. But
Do we have to leave this town, guys?
so they're just walking by and they're just kind of muttering to themselves, and you're catching like every few words that they're just talking about, like classes and school, and then they start talking about like specific classmates. You don't specifically catch Tomas's name, but the fact that they're talking about certain people in their class, and that they are talking about them in like very hushed tones, are it's catching your attention while you're trying to meditate.
I guess given his, I'm trying to like re-put myself in his personality by like going through the ideals and flaws and everything. Um, upon hearing it, can I try to do a perception check to get like a bit more detail out of it before I approach the people who were talking about it?
You absolutely may.
All right.
Oh, dirty 20. Okay, let's go. So you you are trying to meditate, and like you're listening to the calm, serene sounds of the morning, the waterfall flowing right near you, birds chirping overhead, and the sun kind of radiating down on you.
Yo,
And it's-
how much did this dude spend on his house to have a waterfall within his view? That's insane.
And it is interrupted, even though they're whispering in very hushed tones. It's contrasting with all these like natural ambient sounds around you, and so you hear them much more closely than they probably intended for you to, because of the way that you're meditating. And so they kind of lean into one another, and they're like, "Yeah, and Claudine went missing too. Like she's like the fourth person from one of my classes that we just haven't seen in months, and I have no idea. I was her best friend since like the second grade. You think she would tell me some of this stuff?" And you see the guy she's walking with kind of perks up and is like, "Wait, you're like Claudine, our Claudine? Wait, what? How are you just now telling me this? Well, I'm sorry. I've been busy over the last few days, and I've been trying to find her. It's been a little stressful." They stop at like this first house near you, and they're like knock on the door, and they're like, "Milk delivery." Yeah, so I've been trying to like talk to people who maybe saw anything about her or knew where she was going, but I couldn't find anything. And at this point, they're starting to continue walking away from where you are, so it's getting harder and harder to hear them.
Oh, damn it. They're not going to our house? I guess no one put in an order.
Well, you're like a faculty building that, since the school day hasn't really started yet, people don't live in the faculty building normally, but it was set aside for you guys since you're visitors.
Okay. Well, at that point, my first thought as I heard the conversation was, damn, Claudine really ditching on her friends, huh? And after hearing a bit more, I kind of realized, oh, okay, this may be something. Not sure if it could possibly connect it to any leads that we have, but better to hear someone out and they're like a disappearance than not, given my, I guess, paladin-esque nature.
Mm-hmm.
I break out of meditation, step up, and what's the right way to consider it? It's like kind of yell out to them, like, and waving them down. Hey, wait, can I talk to you guys for a minute?
They kind of like whip around because it's early in the morning and they didn't really notice you or expect anybody to be out. And they're like, "Oh, did you want some too?" Holding out like their milk jugs. Stop it! Stop it! Bad bonk.
No.
Well, that's the milk jugs.
Oh god. Okay. So I started chuckling because I was thinking of something else, and then as I chuckled and registered what you said, realized I thought I was chuckling to that, and then continued chuckling. Okay. I just kind of go, huh? What? Oh no! Wait, did we order some?
I mean, we kind of just go around to all of the houses that people live in around here and deliver it for free as part of our art project. They give us feedback about like the quality of the milk. Art project. Why did I say that? Our class project. They give us like feedback on the quality of the milk and some ways it might be able to be improved with magic or different ways that we could grow the crops and stuff.
Yeah. So you said free, right?
Yes.
Oh, I bet. Can I have one?
Sure. If you've got anybody else with you, we recommend, rationing it out. We try to only do one per household to keep things fair.
I think in sullen silence, yes, ration. I take one.
Well, if that's all, we'll be seeing you, sir.
No. Sorry. Before you leave, I actually had a reason to talk to you. Sorry, you just distracted me with your milk. Anyway, I couldn't help but overhear you guys talking about someone that went missing recently.
Oh, yeah, that's our friend Claudine. I mean, missing is like a strong word to use, but it's the
They
kind of
haven't
thing
been
where like
seen from in multiple months.
no, not multiple months. No, they haven't. Claudine went missing about a day and a half ago, maybe two. But again, I hesitate to use that word because it gets people all up in like a tizzy. But she might have just gone on like a bender, or maybe decided that she needed a break away from school or something. But yeah, I'm concerned.
But this wasn't the first time like something similar happened, right?
You see the guy she's with kind of chimes in and is like, no, and that's why people are kind of hesitant to bring it up, because if we talk about it like all these people are going missing, then everyone gets scared. Like maybe like we don't know why they're going missing, where they're going, who's taking them, if anyone's taking them at all. There's just kind of like a low air of fear going around right now.
Well, I guess for your friend, do you know the last thing like that they mentioned? Anything specific, or last sighting, anything like that?
This is the girl chiming in again. You see she's on like the shorter side. She's got her brown hair tied back in pigtails, and the pigtails themselves are tied together in the back. And she starts kind of like yanking at each of those pigtails, like kind of nervously. And she says, well, I mean, we were just like joking a couple days ago about going to see some of like the performances that come and visit the college sometime. They're usually pretty shoddy. This college doesn't like to spend a lot of money on those sorts of things when they can contribute that to more academic purposes. But we were going to check and see some of the new visitors to town, basically. But she never followed up with that.
And do you know where you last saw her?
I mean, it would have been in the college building. As a reminder for you guys, this building is like goes massively deep back into these woods, so it's much.
Oh,
more,
okay. So it's a lot deeper. Then.
Yeah,
All right.
this is like the entire campus, and this is like the outskirts of the campus.
Okay. I paused to think for a bit. I turned to the other. You said it was like a lady and a gentleman.
Yeah.
All right. I turned to the gentleman and I'm like, so. And you mentioned there was others. Do you know a list of like how many they are and if their locations, anything in common?
I don't really personally know any of them except Claudine, but like different classes, different times of day, different people that they associate with, different professors that they have. It doesn't seem like there's any common occurrence that I can parse through anyway.
Do they look truthful? Just in like surface level?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
All right. I guess not surface level.
Are we with Sam right now?
You can be. It's early morning, so he was outside meditating. I imagine the rest of you were inside, and if you want to go outside, totally free to.
Can I say that I joined him in meditating?
Sure.
Oh, that would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't find my character sheet. There we are.
I very quickly want to say, Ursine probably just snored so loud that he woke himself up. And he
Okay.
and so he's probably looking for something to do.
Yeah.
And he's gonna walk out and like go over to the university as soon as this interaction is over.
Okay. So what you two see with your insight checks, Mork, you know, we've established before, not the most connected to humans. Just sees like the relative concern on this guy's face and takes it for what it is. Polling.
I'm wondering if he's a vegan.
Oh my god.
You can't tell with your 12.
Yeah.
Polling looks a little bit deeper behind the eyes, and like you can tell that there's a legitimate fear in this dude's eyes, like beyond just hey, people are going missing at this college and this doesn't feel super safe anymore, to almost a point of like self-concern. Like, what if I'm next?
So Polinx, being like a very high-end essentially officer, I don't know if this town specifically, they definitely know, right? It's general stuff.
Know what? About you
Like-
guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, like, the people here aren't as familiar with you as the people of Bottlin, but you're known as, like, even just, like, the presence and aura you give off is that of higher-ups.
Okay. Do you know the name of the, like, army or paladin force I am in charge of?
Are you asking me or are you asking the character?
I'm asking you.
Just, like, the Bottlin army.
The Bottlin army.
I mean, you can give it a name if you want. I didn't have one.
the Polinx.
No.
Anyway. It's Polinkin time.
You're fired.
Anyway, it's kind of hard for Polinx to give off a aura of like soft approach to someone that he genuinely wants to help. But what he is used to is giving more of like exuding more of like an authoritative person to turn to, right? Because he's obviously part of the military.
Quite.
And so he stands up a bit straighter and firmer, and at this point, whatever, like he puts his hand on like the whatever mace he has on hand, or like rests it, and he kind of says with like a softer but more affirmative voice, "Hey, I understand there's like a lot of concern here, and especially when it's something like with people going missing, it can tend to lead to thoughts about how you feel yourself and what may be something you've done. I need to say, if there's anything that, even just a bad feeling that you have, it's better to share it now. I can only help you as the person I am if I have as much info as possible."
He's gonna make a roll here real quick, actually. He breaks down crying at hearing you say that.
I just kind of got. I was like, wait, no, I didn't meet to scare you, dog.
You see the girl like immediately like gets down and like starts comforting him and like drops the milk bottles and a couple of them shatter on the ground. And she's like,
Can I roll a reaction to catch him?
"Yeah, go for it. Roll athletics check."
Oh.
Dexter. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, well, it's too late
That's
now.
fine. Okay, yeah, you don't like fully catch it, but you're able to like sneak your foot under it to like kind of cushion the blow, so they don't break.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh my God, Philly," and he is like, he's crying. His like snot is dripping from his nose, and he looks like he's almost like like ready to retch like on the floor. And
Dog, hey, man,
he's
it's
like
okay.
taking like
I didn't
deep,
mean
heavy
to
breaths.
scare you.
He's like, "It's just been a lot to worry about recently. I mean, school's already stressful enough as is. So
Do we need to? I mean,
I
we can take
no
you to a place to
no
rest.
I'm
like,
I'm no I'm fine.
are you sure?
I'm,
Okay.
I'm sure. I think he turns to his friend and is like, "Look, Rana, I didn't want to say anything because I know that you like being free and independent, and I don't think that you should go to those events anymore. That's the one connection that I've been able to find where people go to those school-sanctioned events from people coming out of town, and that's where people go to disappear. And I want to let you have fun and keep you in like a jolly mood around school, but I can't, in good conscience, let you go to those anymore.
What events?
Like they bring in performers or just like scholars and stuff from out of town to come talk to, or play music for us and stuff like that.
I guess like I approach him to comfort him, and I'm like, well, okay. Before I say anything, I leave space for the other person to react because it seemed like a conversation between the two of them.
Yeah, I mean, you can interject here. There's kind of a lull.
Okay, I'm just like, well, I don't mean to interrupt you guys, but hey, it really does take a lot of courage to speak something up about it, especially in like a vulnerable situation like this. So, thank you. It'll only help us more try to figure out what's going on, and it'll lead to a safer place for all of you guys. So, you get some rest. I know it's not much, but and I reached in my pocket for some like loose change from like the last like military payment that I probably got a while back, and I just hand him some change, and I'm like, here, go get yourself something sweet and just relax for the day.
You
Try
see
not to think about things too much.
Rana's like helping him up to his feet and grabbing his arm like really closely, and is like, "Thank you, sir. We appreciate it a lot." We're
Do you want me to finish handing out those bottles, by the way?
oh no, the people of town will be fine without them for a day. They need a lot of work anyway.
Upon hearing that, I'm like, yes, you are right, and I pick up the crate.
And they start to kind of head back toward their abode.
Stay safe, and stay around the campus for now. I immediately run back into the house with a crate of milk. I'm just like, hey guys, we got milk. Also, I may have a lead, but
I
for
follow
now,
a slow walk.
Algernon's still asleep.
I turn around looking for the others, and I realize that that Mork is not here yet, and I was like, oh right, slow walk, and I grab one carton of milk, or like I guess glass bottle. I think they have glass bottles back then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I grab one glass bottle and like jog back outside and hand it to Mork.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know if these are any good. I take another one and take a swig.
As you walk back inside the house, Erskine almost like plows into you as he's running out of it.
Just like, do I have to react to dodge it?
Yeah, because you said that.
All right, what's the reaction check? I guess.
Dex save. I'll tell you right now, DC. He's
Say
big,
20.
15.
Oh, okay. Dexterity. Damn.
Erskine just lays you out.
I literally go to take a swig, so excited, and just barrel through.
Milk
The
all
milk bottle
over
crashes.
you.
I'm just like, man, I just wanted the drink.
I think he's gonna say, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and then just continue on his way.
Fair enough. So
He just did not realize the inconvenience he caused.
So you said you were heading to the college building, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you're gonna head down to the ferry. That
I'll
kinda
say that
goes back
wakes
and forth.
Algernon up.
You just hear a loud thud and a shouter, and Pulling's kind of whimpering. Something about milk.
Something about MILFs. He's just like, oh, MILFs wakes right up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go try to find the headmaster, and like ask him what's going on because he feels restless.
All right, cool stuff. I'm gonna say you're on your way to the headmaster. Before we do that, anybody else want to do anything?
I don't know. I'm good. Never mind.
Algernon or Renantha?
Renantha's gonna slowly get out of bed. She's feeling a little sick at the moment, got a little sore throat, so it explains a little deeper voice than usual. But yeah, that's my excuse for not being up so early.
Right, understandable. All right, in that case, I will cut over to Erstein heading on inside the college.
Oh wait,
there.
can I say one more thing to Mork?
Yeah.
I just wait, does Mork see me just collapse?
Yeah.
Okay. I laying there a bit defeated. I just kind of like talk out. Mork,
Yes.
can you please give me one more bottle from the crate?
You can have mine. I'm kind of vegan. I thought you knew that about me.
I pause, registering what I did. I was like, huh, probably should have thought that through, huh?
I mean, it's really okay. I appreciate the thought.
I pick up the milk from their hand.
Instead of helping him get up, I sit down next to him.
Is the milk any good?
Yeah. I mean, like, it's not the best milk you've ever had, but it's.
Damn. I was really excited.
They're working on it. They said that.
I take a swig, ready for like magical milk, and I'm like,
This is
Man.
just milk.
this is just
Algernon's
milk.
going to get up and like get some to drink and just be like, damn.
Hey.
Did I bowl over the whole?
No, you kind of just bumped into Sam as he
Bumped.
plowed into Sam.
I took a jug of milk.
Okay. Hey Sam, what's your favorite type of milk, by the way?
Mine?
Yeah.
Milk?
Yeah. Like whole.
No, milk.
2%.
Oh, you mean how much? Like, I don't know. No, it's Dane. It's Dane Polling's, right?
Yeah.
This motherfucker drinking whole milk. Straight up.
All right. Okay. So the milk they got you was fat free.
Nah, that's not right, Colin. No. We can't stop. They would not have the tech to remove all the fat from the milk. It's not that advanced yet.
They have magic.
No, fuck that. Hey, I start a campaign to ban any magic removing all the fat from milk.
That is very dangerous.
It is, yeah.
So Erstein makes his way over to the college, and you kind of burst down the door. What do you say?
Where is the headmaster?
So, the headmaster, whose desk is like right up front, you notice that he is conspicuously missing. He is not at his desk like he was when you guys first arrived in town yesterday.
Interesting.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay. I know that we were using online dice, but I did just at SmashCon buy new dice. Can I use the new dice?
For this one roll, yes.
What am I rolling?
Perception.
Okay. It's new. It shouldn't have the same stuff as before. I promise. It has the same stuff. As before. That's going to be an 18 with the +1.
Okay. So you look on the desk of the headmaster, and you notice that there is. It's a really neat desk. Like all of his stuff is like very well organized. He's got his inkwells and quills all in a line. The only thing that looks somewhat out of place is a little iridescent yellow orb sitting on like the center of his desk.
Interesting. Can I just take it?
Yeah, so Erstein reaches down and goes to take it, and as you try to pull it up, you realize you can't lift it. Go ahead and make a strength check for me.
Oh, I'm good at those. Just the flat strength check.
Just flat strength, yep.
Let's go.
You reach down and pull with all of your might, and the orb does not budge from the table.
That shit's whack. Ursine just picks up the whole table.
So Erstein lifts up the entire desk, drawing the attention of a bunch of people around. You see this one meek looking woman kind of runs up to you, her hair all in a fuzzle, her a fuzzle, like it's all frayed and going in every direction. She's got like a really knotted bun tied up in the back, and her glasses are askew at all times. And she's running up to you, and she's like, sir, we must ask that you put that down, please.
Why?
Because it's not yours?
I mean,
It's college property?
does Ursine have money?
Does Erstein have money?
Yeah.
You do. You kind of have like, what do you call them?
I assume it's not the same as Zil.
It's not Zil, but it's like, I'm trying to think of what you call them. Basically like vouchers from your king for like unlimited expenses. You have a credit card.
I have it. Oh my god. Why did you tell me this? Ursine just.
Would Erstein abuse a credit card, though?
Ursine? Absolutely. He sees
Would
no
Erstein
value.
know how credit works?
Ursine sees no value in money. It's just an object that he uses to get what he wants every now and then. He doesn't really want a lot, but whenever he does want something,
Right.
that's what he gets. At least that's my understanding from.
No, I'd agree with that.
Okay. So he is going to just. Well, how many vouchers do I have? Is it just like one voucher?
You have like basically like a pass that you can like show off and be like, put it on the king's tab.
Oh, he does that.
She
It's entirely too little money.
straightens her glasses and like peers in like super close and is like, no, this is it's school we can't just sell the headmaster's especially when he's not here.
Where is he?
He went out. He said he was going to talk to the librarian.
Ursine pauses for a moment.
You
Where is the librarian?
she's on the far side of town and kind of like gestures over in this direction.
In which direction, sorry?
This direction over here.
I see. He starts to walk away with the desk.
Sir, we need you to put the desk back, please.
The orb won't move.
What'd you say?
The orb won't move. I need it.
That's Headmaster Raylis's orb. That's his too, along with the desk.
Oh, he puts the desk down.
Thank you, sir. If you want to wait, the headmaster did say he would be back soon.
He just sits, like, on the desk, I think. or on the nearest chair, whichever one's closer.
You pull up like just a little stool that's in the corner, and you just like kind of like sit on it, and like your butt is barely like on the stool whatsoever, and you're just like sitting there very politely.
Yes. He wouldn't have stolen the desk. He was just gonna borrow it. I want to make that very clear. He is lawful good.
I know.
I have just read. So he was not gonna steal the desk.
Cutting back to the rest of the group, what are you all up to while this is happening?
I'm still talking to Sam on the ground, just or talking to Polinx on the ground, just being like, "See, look what you did. You ruined a perfectly good bottle of milk with expectations."
Damn.
Damn.
I assumed Algernon and Renantha were going to be told the information regarding the kidnappings.
No, it's still about the milk.
Algernon sees that they're talking about fuck all and is gonna just try and like go back to sleep.
Wait. Oh, shoot. Sorry, I realized I was muted. I would try to say I relayed the information after finishing the milk.
Do you do it with like a cool milk mustache?
Yeah, no, I don't make an effort to clean the milk mustache yet. I'm just like, all right, well, the milk's pretty lame. I shouldn't say lame. It just tastes normal. Anyway, more important things. I just got a bunch of information about these people that went missing. I'm not sure if it'll help our case, but who are we to deny people in need? Well, I guess to do more important things to help people in need and for the king. But like we have Jack Squat, so
I'm just going to like assume Polinx just is like, oh yeah, the kidnappings. Like as he's trying to go back to sleep, and he gets back up very annoyed.
Yeah, I just relay the information. I see Algernon waking up, and I'm like, hey, sleep well, my man.
Yeah.
You look kind of groggy. Did you drink a lot last night?
I was sleeping well until whatever happens, and just drink to the spilled milk.
Yes, the tragedy of the milk. It was Erstein.
Is that
It was
what we're calling
Erstein
it?
just. I'm calling it that. That was a tragedy.
Oh, while he's waiting, Erstein is sipping the milk that he got.
Oh, okay. the lady with this skewed glasses comes over and she's like, "How's today's batch?"
Still laying down, still with a milk mustache on me. I just kind of go. Oh wait, no, was this? Shoot, did I get this wrong?
What?
That was to Erstein.
That was
Okay,
right there,
never mind.
Erstein. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Sorry,
You're
misheard.
I just
My bad.
on something, and it led to more interaction.
Do we know when the next meeting is?
Next meeting in terms of what?
Sorry, I meant like the next like meeting that they're having with the people that
Oh, you
people
mean,
were
like,
kidnapped from.
You did not
the
catch.
next event.
You did not
Yeah.
catch
So-
that information.
Since it is like an event that routinely happens, and this is just me saying it in character, I'm like, I figure we can just go to the town and look for poster boards about the next big event coming up.
That's inspired, Polinx. I'll canvass local citizens. Just walk right up to them and ask them, "Hey, have you seen any cult shit around here?"
Maybe we should start with the question, hey, is there any event going on soon?
And do you know of there being cult shit at that event?
Well, Well, that's a correct question. Maybe we should phrase it differently? I don't know. I feel like they won't give us a straight answer if we use the term cult. Because what if they're part of the cult? No one wants to admit they're part of the cult.
I see.
So
Is the
maybe
word
some.
evil any better?
Say again?
Is the word evil any better?
Likely not. I think
What
in their
about the word
perspective.
creepy?
Let's go with
Why
unique.
don't you do the talking?
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Okay.
I at this point wipe the mustache from my nose, or like the upper lip of my mouth, and slowly find the motivation to sit up and slowly get up. And I replace the empty glass bottle in the carton or in the crate, and I go to return the other one, and I remembered that it's broken, and I just sigh a little bit, and I go out. Are you following suit, Mork?
Yep.
Perfect.
Algernon's also gonna follow him.
Let's go. We got the squad. Yeah, we have one more. Was it Renata?
I think Josh is AFK.
Ah, okay, okay.
We'll say Renantha goes with,
Sounds good.
but not because she wants to. But Baka.
Okay. Okay. Hey, Colin, can you write that in notable quotables so I can downvote it?
Okay.
As they start heading out into the town, Erstein, you notice that the yellow orb sitting on the headmaster's desk starts to like go off almost like a siren. Like it's like bloop, 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 and like a light is kind of swirling around it. You see the meek girl kind of shuffles her way over there and straightens her glasses and like pads out her shoulder pads and like takes a deep breath, and she like kind of taps it on the top and is like, yes, Headmaster Raelis. And you hear his voice coming through. Go ahead and roll for me a perception check just to see how well you hear this conversation, because you're a decent distance away.
Okay. Oh, not performance, perception. This is probably performance, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I rolled both at the same time.
I don't know how that
I didn't
happened.
mean to.
Okay, so
Because we'll-
you're not hearing the full conversation, but you basically just hear the headmaster's voice kind of chiming in. And he's like, yes, I'm going to. Urgent business. I need to. Let them know. Click, and then the orb kind of goes dim again. And she kind of shuffles her way over to you, and she says, excuse me, are you with the Bodlin party, the rulers?
Yes, I am.
Oh, perfect. That was the headmaster on the line. He wanted me to let you know that he had some urgent business come up, so he can't be in town today. However, he did go and talk to Miss Miss Callum, the librarian, and she is expecting you. So anytime you can head over to the library, and they'll be there waiting for you.
I need the orb.
What'd you say?
Erskine wants to take the orb.
I need to leave the orb. It's a communication device for the headmaster. If he needs to contact I need to know.
How can I contact him?
How can you? I mean, you could send him a letter.
The orb seems fast.
Like writing out words and sending it to him by like a pigeon or something. You know what? If he contacts me, I will let you know first thing.
Okay.
Uh-uh.
He starts to walk away.
Have a nice day, sir.
You as well.
All right. So meanwhile, everyone else is heading into town.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What you doing in town?
Guess looking for people talking about like any events coming up, and while doing so, just basically heading to the notice board of like, hey, see if there's any posters.
Algernon he's assuming there's not just going to be outright posters about cult shit. He's looking for like secret like sort of symbols or just like any sort of like more subtle communication.
Secret
Yeah.
tunnel.
Secret
tunnel.
perception.
You guys talk to.
I rolled a 5 on that, so and because of
You have a ha.
What the fuck?
Oh man, what am I? Who am I talking to that you aren't, bro?
so that's actually a 22.
Oh my god. Okay. So that's funny. How do you have a 12? Okay, we're not gonna worry about it. So
You made this character sheet.
I know. That's why I'm asking myself. So you head into town and you start talking to some of the townsfolk. A lot of them just kind of live here. They're not members of the college, so they're not super aware of the college goings on. You do talk to one man who's kind of tilling his garden out front, and he says, "Oh well, I don't know about all that, but there's the notice board just over yonder," and he kind of points up to the top of this hill. He's like, "They put messages from the college there all the time."
Algernon will go there and look for anything off.
So with your 17 to perception, looking at this notice
22.
board, 22. You're right. My apologies.
That's insane. Not to, go ahead.
Yeah, so with your 22 to perception, you get there and you notice that a couple of these posters have been there for a while. Some of the dates on the posters are events that have come and gone, like the college variety show and the a cappella competition and all sorts of different like club activities. And you notice that a couple of them are look pretty brand new, like they were just stapled there over the past couple of days. You notice that one is advertising for I'm trying to think of stereotypical college clubs. Discus Club, Discus Golf Club, alternatively, is also on there. And then you notice that there are 2 memos about events happening near the school the current week, the week that you guys are currently in. One is happening a couple days from now, which is the ceremony of lights and culture, which is basically just, from what you can gather, a celebration of different cultures and backgrounds from that kind of congregate together in Shola. There's like a big feast and stuff like that. And then the other thing you see is the religious memorandum, which is basically a group of religious figures coming in and kind of talking about their different sects of Elitaism, and that is happening later today.
It's gotta be the religious one, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say that seems a bit on the nose.
Can I roll an insight check to see if there's anyone around us who looks like susceptible to a cult?
Yeah. Go ahead.
That motherfucker looked like they wouldn't last 10 seconds in a cult introduction meeting.
Everyone around you just kind of looks like a normal townsperson, you don't notice anybody that's kind of like doing anything out of the ordinary or behaving in a very strange way. No one that really catches your eye as a potential cult victim.
Are there any critters near us?
Any critters? I mean, you see like some birds chirping on top of what the trellises of the houses and stuff like that.
I have a dumb idea.
Okay.
So when I'm completely still, I can be mistaken for just a regular ass tree.
This is true.
Can I wait for a bird to land on me and then cast Speak with Animals?
Okay, I'm gonna roll a die and see how long you have to wait for a bird to land on you.
I'm a 10-foot tall tree.
You are a 10-foot tall tree, so you're gonna have a good shot at this.
I'm trying to imagine. Imagine you're a bird just chilling. Go to a random tree, and the tree says to you, "Don't move, or I'll break you with this branch."
Mork would never.
So you're kind of sitting there for a bit. Algernon like turns around and is like, Mork, where'd you go?
The fuck?
I just turn. I also see just a tree. It's like, I feel really bad, like really guilt tripped, because I mistook the tree next to me for Mork. Like I think I didn't notice the change, and I was like, shoot, I should find Mork. Can I do a religion check, by the way?
I'm assuming the religious poster thing is just that. Like
What,
we're
just a
just looking
poster?
at. Like we're just looking at. We're just looking at a whole like list of just like normal posters, and then there's just this one, and we're like,
Yeah, I mean it's those two main ones there that really catch your eye. Yeah, pretty much. And it's not too long before before a couple birds land on Mork's branches. You have like a pair of jays that land on basically your left arm, and then you have a woodpecker that kind of like claws into like your thigh.
Wait, I cast Speak with Animals and just in general say greetings and salutations.
The woodpecker like leans back and goes to do its thing, and then it's like, huh, what? Oh my god, are you all alive? Oh my god, I've done horrible things.
No, I'm sentient. Not all trees are sentient. It's the circle of life. You need a place to live and a place to sleep. I have no grudge against you for carving into my brethren.
Oh, I noticed you have like a couple beetles in there. Can I carve into you?
Yeah, honestly, go for it.
And it just starts like going to town.
Ow. Fine, you can keep going. Ow.
Now with its like beak full, it's like, thanks, lady.
Yeah, no problem. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
There have been some humans around here going missing as of late.
Oh, that's a darn shame.
I'm trying to find them. Have you seen any... I'm not supposed to say this, but I'll say it anyway. Cult-like shit going on around here?
It kind of cocks its head over to the side and it's like, cult-like shit. I mean, those robins are up to something weird. I don't know. You normally see two together, but recently I've been seeing like pairs of four going off into their nests together. So I don't know what's up with that. Oh wait, you probably meant for humans. I don't.
We'll circle back to the robins. That did sound interesting.
I don't really recall seeing too much with humans. Although there was something at the last visitation of the religious memorandum just over the past weekend. I do remember. I only remember this because I was heading back to my favorite tree and saw that some other woodpecker had tried to get at my turf. But as I was kind of like chasing him away, I looked down and saw this young-looking girl kind of walking away with this creepy-looking fella.
What did he look like?
I couldn't really get a good look. He was just wearing like a dark green robe.
Dark green robe. Interesting. You've been very helpful.
You've been very tasty.
Oh, well, I'm so glad. I think those robins might be doing something known as swinging.
What's that?
So,
Stares at you unblinking.
so when there are married couples, and Mork explains, swinging in the most clinical way possible.
Oh.
It's basically monogamous non-monogamy, and it's very intriguing. Robins, like, it's interesting to me because most creatures are not monogamous. And robins choose to be, and now they choose to break from it. Like, why not just do away with it altogether? It seems like it's not really serving them.
So you're saying that they like get together and like, get bees in the equation?
Get bees.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, I mean, it's as many consenting creatures as want to be there.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand what roles bees would play, but
I'll tell you when you're older. And he just flies away.
I'm like 500. Have a good one. And Mork moves, and it's like pulling some right here, like directly behind him.
I jump. Just like, oh, sorry, I just kind of mistook you for this, and I look around for a bit for the tree, and I'm like, no, never mind. Can I do a religion check to see, like, the specifics of the religion from the club that's being presented?
Yes.
As well as any religious symbols around?
Correct.
As he's doing that, I share with him about, I just spoke to a bird who said that he saw that young girl we heard about walking away with someone in a dark green robe.
Dark green robe. I don't know if colored robes are specific to any religion. That does sound off.
So you look a little bit closer at the poster, thinking about the different religions at play. You notice that it actually advertises, and Algernon looks a little bit closer and sees this too, that it actually advertises what kinds of religions are going to be present. Alida is like known to exist. Like people believe in God kind of by default. However, there are
Kinda
different.
rude in it.
However, there are different sects of, excuse me, of Alidaism that people tend to follow. So you have like your standards, like just general Alida, and then kind of like a more rigorous form of Alidaism, where people kind of meet several times a week for hours and hours on end, and it's like a huge religious involvement. You also note that there is participation on there from the Order of the Tree, which is kind of a more clerical and like militaristic version of the religion. How like it kind of formed its own theocracy within the religion itself. So kind of that sort of branch of it. You have Alida's heir is showing up, which is a group that believes that Alida will reincarnate as his son or daughter in a future life, and that they will kind of like bring perfection to the world. and then you have the ant tree, which is basically the equivalent of atheism, people who are anti-tree, and are kind of like a minority group in terms of advertising here. You notice a couple others on there, but those are the main ones that stick out to you.
Do any of them have a preferred color of robe?
Not that you know of, no.
So, upon looking at the poster and reading it, and going back to memory of what I think of the different sects, I turn back to Mork and I'm like, well, there's none that have specific colors, but if we're going for weird, potentially, like potentially culty stuff, the Order of the Tree is pretty militaristic, so they may have stuff there, and also, I guess, a bit on the nose as well. But there's one group that's the anti-tree, which is basically against the Tree of Elida. Kind of a bit presumptuous to assume they're doing something evil, but if I had to put my finger on something,
Right. I think we should go to this event.
seems like a decent idea.
And as
Or a
that,
list of other events.
you have a like culture and lights festival later in the week. The only thing that's happening today is the religious memorandum. As this thought is coming through your mind of like going to participate, you just hear before you see a giant rhino man running through the streets of the town.
I immediately dive down to be like, not again.
Mork stands completely still.
And you notice from kind of you're on like an elevated sort of like hilltop area. You notice down below Erstein running up in this direction here.
I run with Erstein. No thoughts, no questions. I just start sprinting.
I raise my head up upon hearing the sound past me, and I'm like, Mork, and I turn, and I see Mork chasing after
Come on,
Erstein.
Polings. Erstein doesn't run from things, he runs to things.
And I'm like, oh, man, this armor is heavy. I gate up, I crouch down a bit, and just break into full sprint to try and catch up.
Algernon walks there.
Of course. Is Renantha coming?
Oh, yes, I'm awake.
Renantha was asleep this whole time.
What is going on? I'm quite under the weather at the moment for some reason.
God, that's a good fucking impression.
Yeah,
Thank you. I was method acting.
I became a MILF.
Way to take them
method
out of
act
it.
Renantha.
We decided that you came with us to the town, but you were pretty much half sleepwalking.
Why? Yeah, yes, I'm still here. Yes, I can now understand what's going on. I'm no longer asleep. All right. Where are we going exactly?
To the library.
We are chasing after a rhino man. You can choose to run or walk.
All right.
So Erstein, I imagine, is Nico still BRB? Nico? Oh, okay, Nico's still. I'm gonna imagine that since he was moving this way, that's where Erstein is headed.
Nico gets back and is like, no, I actually wanted to stop in the building before it.
Bring him back.
Oh,
Good. We saw you running through town, and now we're all following you.
at various speeds.
I'm supposed to be walking, but no one else is even doing anything. So.
I
Oh,
Nice. So you arrive at the library. Similarly to the college, it's kind of built into the mountainside here. And so it has like this nice little quaint opening that just kind of looks like a standard house, or maybe it kind of looks like the entrance to like an onsen or something like that. but it goes much, much deeper, and it has a very large supply of literature. And at the front desk, you see this wizened old lady just kind of milling about, organizing stuff behind a counter.
Ursine will walk up to her and be like, I hear you are expecting me.
Oh, yes! Oh, the rulers, I presume. And she gestures behind you, and it's at this point that Ursine realizes everyone else is there, too.
Guys, when did you get here?
Panting in the background heavily. No magic.
Some of us sooner than others.
Hate you. All of you.
So, Raylis informed me of your situation. What can I help you with, exactly?
Ursine kind of looks around and he's like, actually, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
I continue panting in the background, and I'm like, I'll get to it. Okay.
I am personally looking for maybe a book on the symbolism of color in different religions.
Symbolism on color and religions. Hold on. You see she, like, kind of takes out her wand and, like, sticks it up to her temple, and the top of her head flaps open, and just pages and pages of, like, magical script, like, scroll out from the top of her head. It's not, like, in a gory sense. There's no, like, brain exposed or anything. But you just see, like, these large paragraphs of text kind of zooming out of her. And then after a couple seconds, it, like, closes up, and she takes the wand down. She's like, yes, I believe we have a couple books of that nature. They're in aisle HHX.
Thank you very much.
She hands out a pamphlet that's just like a standard pamphlet size, and as you like kind of unroll it, it just keeps going and going and going, and you realize that it's a map of the library that you can like barely get fully extended with your arms out as wide as they can go.
I'm 10 feet tall.
Yeah.
How do normal people do this? Okay, I start walking to that section. Pollings, would you like to research with me?
Actually, I was thinking of actually asking a couple of questions and looking for a book as well.
Okay, goodbye.
Well, I'm in. Let me catch. All right, it's fine. It's cool.
Did you want me to wait?
No, it's all good. I'll catch up with you.
Okay.
In my head, I'm realizing I said that to a 10-foot tall, like, tree person that can walk much faster than me.
Me trying to find my way around this library.
You get there eventually. It's
been 2 10s and an 11 tonight.
Mm-hmm. You have questions you wanted to ask?
Yes. Oh, I can stream. Well, yeah, sure, why not?
Hi, Willow.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. I hope you're. Oh shoot! Whoever's playing Renata, she has a British accent.
Josh has been nailing
He
it.
did his research. He's doing a really good impression.
Yeah, Josh is really nailing it.
Oh, I'm looking forward.
I have a little bit of a cold at the moment, so my voice is a little lower than usual, but if anyone could give me a lozenge, then that would be excellent.
Josh, that's wonderful. I'm sorry you're suffering from a cold.
Yeah.
Oh no, Josh isn't suffering, it's just me.
I understand. All right, well, on with it then.
I can't.
Here.
What questions might you have?
The first one I go is, so the event with the event later tonight that's coming up. Have Have you heard anything, any rumors similar to recent events going on here? Maybe something about people disappearing?
Ah, yes, I'm privy to those rumors going about. Quite concerning, absolutely. Although, I hope you're not implying that I would have anything to do with such events.
No, I'm not trying to imply it, though I can't rule you out yet if I'm being honest.
Ah, I understand. No, I don't know anything quite more about the situation than just what I've heard through the grapevine.
Hmm. Anything that poses interest from your hearings? Maybe some patterns that you find odd or anything like that?
Well, there is one thing. It's about these religious cultists, or not cultists. She wouldn't say that. It's about these religious figures that keep coming into town.
You mean cults? Bit on the bit on the nose.
No, they're not all cults. They are perfectly valid religions. We embrace all kinds here at Shola.
Why are you sweating?
I'm not.
So,
I'm
I'm messing with you.
for the record, that was just a slip of the tongue by me, not her making a mistake. Well, we've had some odd choices of representation recently. Again, we accept all types here, but there are certain groups that have long since been, shall we say, rivals of the southern continent. And, it's odd that they have been so welcome to joining us recently.
Do you have any more info on their name?
She kind of like gets down low and starts whispering. It's not one I prefer to say out loud in front of the common person, but I've heard recently that the Cavernari have come to visit us.
That wasn't a name we heard before, was it?
No. However, Renantha and Algernon, please make Constitution saving throws. All right, so Renantha, already feeling a bit under the weather, miraculously is not taken too much aback by this, but the headache that you're suffering from suddenly turns into more of a migraine, like a piercing kind of spike in your mind at the name Cavernari. Algernon, right terror just rips through your body as you hear that. You are not a man who is often afraid of many things, but when you hear that name again, it comes into your mind and just racks you, and your stomach goes upside down, completely nauseous. You have to catch yourself. You break out into a cold sweat, and you are almost immediately on the ground. You two have heard.
Does he reach out to kind of make sure he doesn't fall to the ground?
Yeah, you can absolutely go to support him there. You two have heard the name Cavernari before, in slightly different circumstances. Renantha, you are familiar with the Cavernari because you come from a different land. You don't come from Cavernaria. However, you come from a somewhat close nation, just over a couple seas journey, and the Cavernari were often responsible for destroying ships sent with supplies to your home nation. They were often responsible for kidnappings of royalty in nearby countries that you heard about in the news. They were just overall a very dark force that you heard about a lot of the time before coming to the south. Since you arrived down here, you haven't really heard of them at all. Algernon once did an expedition over to Cavernaria. During said expedition, he was just sent there as kind of a diplomatic envoy because the Cavernari had actually reached out to Bodolin in a secret message. And so the king entrusted you with this journey. You went over there, and it was a trap to ensnare you. You and a significant chunk of your crew barely got away with your lives, but many of your crew, you still sometimes have nightmares about the shrieks of terror that you heard as you sailed away from those shores.
Are is this like a nation of elves or dwarves or humans? Like,
It is a nation of what is known as kind of the underfolk. They live underground, and they take on a lot of bestial personages. So, like mole people and insectoids, people who don't normally come out into the sun, people that most of like the average villager would not even know exists in this world because they're contained to this relatively dark place.
this does not help Renantha's racism. All right. Okay.
So Morka's gone off to explore back in the library, but Erstein and Polinx are quick to see this reaction from the two of you.
Y'all good?
Oh, just fine, just fine. There's just a nation of savages. Can't
Bad
believe
place.
they're making their way over here.
Well, Renantha's saying that it's not too far-fetched. Algernon sweating while saying that seems a bit surprising. All right. Well, good to know. Thank you for letting us know. Second, do you have any books on the original text we were gonna get from name? Tomas. Yeah. The topics of it was what?
The book was The Heritage of Arayo. It was in a different language you weren't familiar with. The only thing that was in there was a translation note of the title by someone saying, I basically don't want to translate the rest of this because it's foul writing.
But the name of the book was
The Heritage of Arayo.
you may want to spell that part out, but essentially that's a name, right? Like of a place, or does
It's not a name that you recognize, but you know, context clues, you can tell it's a noun, a proper noun.
All right. I'll ask him. Do you have anything on the topic of something called I would almost certainly have a note writing the full name to remember it, and I'm like Arayo, something like that.
She goes and does the wand thing again, and as the text is spewing,
As it does that, I'm like, damn, that really is cool.
as the text is like coming out of there, you notice like a whole bunch of like different paragraphs. You catch some stuff before it disappears into the aether about like the history of Bodolin and some stuff about like religious texts on the tree or whatever. And then all of a sudden it just like stops, like nothing comes out. The compartment in her head is still open, and then just a huge torrent of like blackish purple text like spews forward out of the top of her head, and she like pulls the wand down and collapses on the desk, passed out.
Shit, did I break it? Hello? I tap her on the shoulder.
She doesn't respond.
Fuck, am I a criminal? Am I a criminal? I've been spending all my life. Oh, right. Check vitals. And I guess I'll do a medicine check to figure out what the hell's going on. The black stuff that spewed out, that was still text, right?
Yeah. You noticed, all of you who are there can actually make a perception check about that text.
Can it be perception, or is there any other ones allowed, like religion?
I will
or
allow
insight,
history. History, yeah.
That doesn't change much. Perception it is. Damn, that's crazy. And I guess I'll do a medicine check.
Damn.
Damn.
Nice. Okay. you are able to like kind of get her responsive again. You kind of like you take some of your water that you carry in canteen on you and kind of pour that over her to help like cool her off because she's very like feverish, and she does start to regain consciousness, although very groggy and dazed.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Algernon, who sees all, is very shaken up by the name that he just heard, and looks up and sees the text. Wow, the text that was coming out before when Mork asked about the book they were looking for was very like bright and ethereal yellow letters kind of swirling around each other. The text that came out just now was, like I said, it was like a blackish purple, but it was almost like inky and dripping as it shot out. Like the text didn't want to exist where it was in that state of being. You also notice that the text, you can't be certain because you didn't get a great overview of it, but the text that came out seemed to be written in the same kind of characters that you saw when you first got the book back at the campsite.
I see. I'll communicate that to people.
Once the librarian person comes back, I will ask her if she knows anything about Thomas or Tomas.
I'm sorry. That's never happened before. No, I'm deeply saddened by the loss of Tomas. Although the king seemed, I tried to give him some flowers today. It's the anniversary of his son's disappearance, and I said king, didn't I? I'm at the headmaster. Of his son's disappearance, and he seemed oddly fidgety and sorry, unwilling to talk about it. I don't know anything more than the next person.
Do you know where the headmaster is?
He was in here, and then he suddenly got a memo on one of his orb devices that he likes to carry around, and said it was urgent and whisked himself away.
I knew I should have taken that orb.
That was kind of suspicious.
Do you know where he might have been going?
No, I didn't catch any part of the conversation.
Do you know which direction he walked towards?
No, he teleported from actually the spot
vanished,
you're standing in.
Just in thin air? Well, that's quite a start. I'll look around right here, and I'll see if I can see where he went.
Yeah, you can roll Arcana or Investigation if you want.
Alright.
Oh,
Nat 25s. You do get a sense of a powerful teleportation magic. Why is everyone rolling double? Powerful teleportation magic that took place here not too long ago. You're not quite able to tell where exactly he teleported off to, but you can tell it was far to the north of where you are.
What happens to be north of here? Librarian.
Well, north of here is just the Great Sea. Beyond that, you get to the middle continent. You have lands there like Erethdor and the dwarven kingdom of Relnar. But how far north are you considering?
Not quite sure, actually. I'm just wondering if there may be any unrest in the regions past the Great Sea.
I have heard that Relnar has had some overturning, something about a dragon skeleton uncovered deep down in their mines, and
Dragon?
quite, yes. Dead. It was just bones left behind, but that it's causing a whole fuss about if they dig deeper, might they find others, and what that would mean for the economic security of the mines.
Of course. Interesting. Thank you.
Of course. I'm sorry. I blacked out a little bit. What happened there to me?
Oh, my beast friend just hit you, as rhinos do.
Make
I
a
don't know about
deception
that.
check.
I don't know about that.
Make a deception check with advantage because she was unconscious.
Okay.
Wait,
what?
can Erskine? I don't know if Erskine wants to help with this or look offended.
Definitely be offended. I think.
Yeah, you would be offended. I mean, you can try to roll a persuasion check to say, "Hey, I didn't do that."
If anyone wants to stop him from saying anything, he's gonna start to.
At the same
Renata
time
does
also
not.
start. I also start to like raise a point of contention, but then I see how smoothly it was done, and I'm like, you know what? Let it go.
And he just, as he's trying to clear his name, he's gonna turn around and accidentally whack the fuck out of someone else.
Oh no!
He like
the
just
only
in
other
his
one
nature.
here.
he goes to turn around and just like drop, like he was holding Algernon steady and just drops Algernon like face first on the floor.
It's just in his nature. He can't help it.
I see.
Oh,
Sorry,
I'm sorry, Nico.
I might be able to check again. Who did you ask me to search for? And she goes to like lift the wand back up to her
No,
temple.
no. It's okay. It's okay. I think we had an idea of where to go from there.
Wait, hold on. Something's coming back. And she like grabs her head and like starts kind of crying out like you can tell she's having like a really splitting headache.
I try not to do the one thing. Milk. I hold a glass of milk. we don't have painkillers. So.
And her head kind of snaps backwards and then snaps forward, and she says, "There was another book with that word. In this library there was another. I would need she like runs or kind of like pushes her way past you into like the back or like the side office area. She's like, I need to check the records, and she like slams the door behind her.
Oh, I was gonna jog behind her to make sure that she's actually okay. Can I kind of put my ear to the door to make sure like everything's going on okay back there?
Yeah, sure. You put your ear to the door and you hear a lot of loud rummaging, papers flying everywhere, books kind of dropping. You hear like a ladder like sliding against the wall, like those library ladders.
No like crashes or loud groans or anything like that.
Nothing
right?
like that, no.
Okay.
I mean, you hear crashes, but none that sound like her falling.
Okay. Just making sure.
And this just goes on for a little bit. Silence. Okay. So
Right,
she,
no, say that.
I was leaving space for the cartoon falling over and stumbling sound effects in the VOD.
Sorry. I didn't hear what you said. Can you say it again?
Oh, I just said this goes on for some time, like the rummaging around that you hear.
Just pause. I'm like, okay. How long does it take to find a book? I knock on the door. I'm like, everything okay over there?
Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You nimbly dodge out of the way as this door slams open, like right to where you were just standing. As she comes out with like this one sheet of paper that looks like it's attached to something in this side office, and the paper just keeps going and going, and she's like rustling through it, like flipping over page and page and page, and then she gets to something, and she's like, yeah, this one here, and she like puts it down the desk and slams her finger to it, and you see that she is pointing at the whole thing is a list of books, and the closer you look, you can tell that it's kind of a rent out list. Like, these are books that have been checked out from the library at some point or another. And this particular book that she's pointing at is titled Epitaphs Through the Ages.
Write that down somewhere. Spell it again.
I'll also write it in Epitaphs Through the Ages.
What are epitaphs?
Epitaphs are what people put on gravestones. They're basically like a final message to a person, or like, here lies so and so. They did this and this.
Here lies so and so. Dumb, but not stupid.
Here lies so and so. My final message: change the world.
Goodbye.
And then the gravestone also
Also-
exits out of existence.
Here lies so and so, and so and so, and so and so. It's a mass grave for people with the same name.
So and so is the equivalent of John Doe in this universe. And
That was John Smith. I'm gonna be real.
no. No, those are different things. Okay.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
So
I like
and so.
that. Please, Colin, please in the future have a character with that name.
Well, if it's
Have
their,
at least 3 characters.
Yeah, have at least 3 characters.
they're all going to be spelled.
And let us tell them we know where they're going to be buried.
Well, canonically, they've all been dead for centuries.
They're all going to be spelled differently. Like, so, she's like,
And so.
this one, so and so, this one, it contained that word in it, and it was checked out and never returned. This was years and years and years ago. And she's like looking at a corresponding list at the same time right next to her, and it says it was checked out by somebody named. It was checked out by a Fenry Bodlin.
Like, bottle in the same name as the bottle in that we're in.
Like the yes, spelled the same way. The town to our immediate west.
Was it the founder of Bodlin?
No. I don't think so. Anyway, go ahead and all of you make history checks real quick.
Yeah.
Bet.
It's because you're rolling a Sam and not Polings.
Yeah. It's actually Henry Bodlin created Bodlin.
That's actually an 18 with whatever that talent is.
I'll also roll for
Reliable talent.
Nico, since Nico's not here right now.
Hang on. What is going on Willow's character sheet? Archery with a capital Y plus.
I mean, I think it's like, what's the other one? She has death tits or something.
Oh
It's-
shit! Oh man. Wait, why do I? Ooh. Wait, do I even have a crossbow? Why do I have crossbow bolts? Oh yeah, here it is.
Why does Renatha have a crossbow? Willow will need to explain themselves.
All right.
So Renatha and Algernon sit there. Well, actually, you all sit there puzzled. Polings didn't really, especially not Erstein, didn't really do a lot of history studying. Erstein didn't do much studying at all. Polings' studies were more focused on military history, if anything, not like specific names and country borders and stuff like that. Renantha having a close connection to the leadership, being like the king's right hand person.
I'm literally the king's right-hand person. I know all about everything. I'm perfect
And
in every way.
Algernon did pay
From
attention
the
in
distance,
school.
you hear, "Yes, you are."
And Algernon did pay attention in school. You both have very weird moments of a dawning realization. You don't know who founded Bodolin.
So I'm right. Henry Bodlin discovered Bodlin when he tried to go to 2 places at once.
Running was invented by John Running when he tried to walk twice at the same time.
Hilarious! Way to go! Wow, amazing joke.
I think that joke was in the last session.
I will do that. I will milk that joke as many times as it takes. Long after the horse is dead, I will still be beating.
Milk?
Milf?
Milk.
Eating?
But yeah, there's just like that dawning moment of realization between you guys and the librarian that like, who founded Bodolin?
Is there a way to look that up?
Yes, we have historical records dating back ages. And she like kind of starts going through a separate list that's just behind the counter here. She's like reaching over and flipping through the book, and she's like, well, that's odd.
Is there no records on Bodolin?
It's not that there are no records per se, it's that the page is blank. And she like holds up and shows it to you that the book has like, you know, lines and lines of text listing all of the different books on history of different nations and stuff. And then under the section of Bodolin, you have like 2 books listed, and then the rest of the page is just empty.
Does Bodolin even exist? Is there some sort of magical entity affecting all of our minds?
Is it written in invisible ink?
Good
That
question.
may be even more plausible. Let's test the invisible ink theory first.
Is there invisible? There. That's a 22, actually.
It is not invisible ink.
Damn.
Can Erstein intimidate the page?
Yeah, Erskine can absolutely do that, and he would. The book gives no response. Erskine, very upset, hits himself for 1d1 damage.
No,
It's just
a
his
third
nature.
entry. A third entry appears. Bitch.
Erstein punches the wall in anger and takes 1d1 damage. I am now at 107 hit points. That is insane to me. I've never been that high.
How's my rogue at 81 if the barbarian's at 107?
I'm also at
I-
107. I don't
feel
know what's
like-
going on with the barbarian.
I feel like there would be a bigger gap between the rogue and.
I think I distinctly remember Erskine rolling terribly when I I made that character sheet. Yeah, and so no, just like a puzzled look across everyone's faces. Do any of you recognize the name Fenry?
Do I?
Do we? Yeah.
You do not.
And
she,
No.
you see, she kind of like holds it up to you there on the list.
Fenrit.
The T is silent.
Okay.
Well, perhaps that's something you would inquire about with the king. Surely it's his lineage, so he must know.
Wait, the king's last name is Baldwin?
Yes, Janice Bodlin.
Well, then it's obviously... Alright.
Hugh?
I'm
No. Yeah, the king's name is Hugh Jadik. All right, so I'm gonna cut over to Morg. It's been a bit. Remind me exactly what you were looking for.
They
Caroline?
were researching.
Sorry. I'm playing with my cat. My bad. What's up?
What book exactly were you looking for? I know it was like a religious sort of text.
One that talks about the symbolism of color in religion.
Okay. So you eventually get there and you find the text that she referred you to, and you start like flipping through the pages. Go ahead and make a. I guess you don't need to roll investigation to read a book. So you're just flipping through the pages and.
What?
Sorry, frog in my throat.
No, is he okay?
Oh yeah, he's fine. He's singing with his other toad buddies.
You have frogs and toads in your throat? How are you breathing?
It's a delicate ecosystem in there.
Let's not even talk about the tadpoles in his gut.
Or the newts in my pancreas. You're
Deep
flipping.
throating Sam deep throated a water bottle. God damn.
So you're flipping through the pages, and you do notice that there is like a sort of. It's not heavily enforced. It's not like people tend to wear robes that directly match the colors or anything like that. But there are like coats of arms associated with each of these subsets of religion that do have their specific colors. So like the Order of the Tree is like a gold and green combination. A Light as Air is like a red and white. The group who is like anti-religion, it just has like a gray banner across their heading in the book. You know, like I said, you notice that it's not really definitively upheld by every single religion, but there are some continuous reuses of the same color for each of these.
Do I see dark green anywhere?
The only green that you notice is from, like I said, the Order of the Tree, which is kind of gold and green. It's not like super dark. It's kind of just like a standard like tree color green.
Okay.
Maybe like a
Interesting.
jade color.
Can I read up on like subsects of the Order of the Tree?
Yeah.
If there's any like newer sects or like anything like that.
Go ahead and now I'll have you do an investigation check.
Okay. You sure it isn't a survival?
Yeah, I'm sure.
What about Arcana?
if you fail this survival check, you die from reading.
Hell yeah, let's just roll it just for fun. Oh, this is my first good fucking roll! Oh shit. What the fuck? The 18 landed first, now I'm pissed. Okay, I can't retrospectively use inspiration, can I?
No. So it takes you a while to like kind of sift through the pages and pages of text, and it's really dry. Like whoever wrote this is like full on scholarly writing, not trying to make it enjoyable for anybody. As you're sifting through it, nothing really stands out. Like all of the subsets of the Order of the Tree have this same kind of color scheme associated with them. And then you continue to flip through, and you get to a tiny, tiny little footnote on the very last page of the Order of the Tree. And it says, note, the cavernary inclusion for the Order of the Tree is not listed in this tome.
How do you spell cavernary?
I will put it in chat.
What do I know about the cavernary?
It doesn't really ring a bell. You've kind of been tied to this area for most of your life, and it's not a place that people really talk about willingly outside of needing to.
So, can I try to find like books about cavernary religions?
Sorry, chewing on banana bread. Yes, you can try to do that. Go ahead and roll another investigation check.
We're using our inspiration, boys.
All right. So you look around that same section because you know you're in the religions section, the world religions area, and wedged between a couple thick tomes talking about, like the one of them is about the Order of the Tree, the full history, and then the other one is something about like the ruling leaders of the Order of the Tree, like those who have gone through the theocracy as kind of its leading figure. And wedged between those two is a very thin, almost like pamphlet-sized book, just titled Cavanary Religions.
I open it and I start looking for anything related to Order of the Tree.
You can't. You notice that this is written in the same text as the book that you found way back when.
What text was that?
The Heritage of Araya that you picked up when you fought those dark-winged creatures in the woods.
Do I recognize which language it is?
You assume it has something to do with the Cavernary, but you're not familiar with the language itself.
Hmm.
You do notice also, while you can't read the book, the cover of the book itself is a very dark foresty green.
I take the book.
Okay.
Yeah, I take the book. Do I see anyone in this library?
I mean, there are a couple students like milling about getting texts for research papers and stuff of the like.
Can I go up to the smartest looking one?
You see one kid is crouched down at the end of the aisle that you're in and is surrounded just like on the floor by towers of books around him, and he is like hastily like scribbling notes, and at the same time he has a magically enchanted quill scribbling a second set of notes as he is doing the first one by hand.
Like under her breath, Mork goes, I think that's what Renantha would call a fucking nerd. I think that's the one I should go up to. And I go up to him.
You walk up and he doesn't give any reaction to you approaching.
I'm sorry. Hello?
Still no response.
My name is Mork. What is your name? I pick up the quill that he's not holding.
You see he reacts and he like looks at you with wide eyes and just kind of like waves at you like curiously.
Waves at me?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
You see that he starts doing signs with his hand.
Well, wouldn't you know, sign was not a language that I got an option to pick up. Is there any chance that having been here this long, or having been around this long, I would know sign?
I'm thinking. I can have you roll for what would be an appropriate roll for understanding sign language?
Like a luck check, maybe?
Sleight of hand. Yeah, I'm gonna have you roll Arcana because you notice that as he is doing his signs, that it's kind of emanating a magical energy from it, and I'm gonna have you roll Arcana on that.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds because I want to do something. Fucking, where the fucking goddamn shit is it? Fucking goddamn shit. Okay, I'm sorry. It's gonna be just a second. There was a spell that I fucking shit. Goddamn. Okay, never mind. Okay. Rolling flat. Yes!
No.
Okay, world.
You pick up that the magic he's emanating from doing the sign language is something that is intended for other the other people who are attuned to magic to pick up on, and it's kind of emanating its own translation. And so you pick up on that arcanic sense, and you kind of like imbue it into your mind, and you can suddenly almost like hear his hands as they're moving. And you see he's signing to you like, sorry, can I help you with something?
I put the quill back down. Yes, I'm sorry. I believe that I was a little rude in how I grabbed your attention.
More signs. No, it's fine. I get absorbed in my studies easily.
My name is Mork. What's your name?
Why am I so bad at this? My name is Hansel.
Hansel. It's lovely to meet you. Are you a student at the university?
Yes. I am studying world religions, and I have a upcoming final I need to prepare for.
World religions. What a coincidence. This won't take much time at all, and perhaps I can answer some of your questions about world religions, or I do have a friend who's very religious, so maybe he'll have some insight if you're having any specific topics you're struggling with.
Yeah, great.
I found this book, and I show him the book, but I don't hand it to him.
Mm-hmm.
It's about a religion in Cavanary, and I can't read it. It's about a sect of the Order of the Tree. I was wondering if you know someone who'd be able to read it, or know someone who would have knowledge of what's inside the book, or just about what I'm looking for in general.
He gestures. May I take a look?
Absolutely. I'd be honored. I bow.
He's like, okay.
I kneel, bow, and present the book.
He's very flustered, but he slowly takes the book from you. He opens it up and starts looking through it, and you can see a look of like confusion coming across his face. And he starts like flicking through it. And he goes to hand it back to you. And then he starts gesturing. He's like, this is a weird language. I've never seen anything like this before.
Interesting. That's what I thought when I picked it up as well.
I noticed that it said Cavanari. I think we have a religious representative coming today. They might know more about that.
Really? Are they from Cavanari?
I would imagine so. It's weird that they're doing a diplomatic mission with us, but I guess that's the power that spreading religion has.
Absolutely. Very interesting. Tell me, do you have any knowledge of the Order of the Tree in general?
Oh, I'm actually a member of the Order of the Tree.
Phenomenal. What are some of your core tenets or beliefs, I suppose? I understand that this religion is most likely different, but getting knowledge of its origin would probably be helpful.
Yeah. So us followers of the Order of the Tree, we believe all the standard stuff that is told to everybody about Elida, that he came and presented all of these great and awful things, and they kind of blended together in this perfect balance. We kind of take it in a different sense, though, to the degree that we also believe that Elida wants us to raise up to be able to protect this world when he is not here. Trees don't last forever, as mighty strong as they might be. And we believe that one day Elida will fall, and we need to be prepared with his blessing in order to protect the world and lead it without his order around us. Hence, Order of the Tree, learning that order and presenting it to ourselves.
I think that's a lovely idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your time. Is there anything I could help you with?
I'd love to speak to that friend you had, but if I'm in no rush. I should probably get back to studying, but if you're in town a little longer, I live in the college dorms, so you can come find me there.
What's your dorm number? I'll bring all my weird ass friends.
You see, he smacks his forehead. He's like, "Oh, duh. I'm in I'm in dorm 420."
What?
Nice.
My God.
I give him a fist bump. Just very stiff and awkward.
He's like, "I know, right?"
That's pretty sick.
I have
All
a
right. We will come to your. I will bring him to your. I will bring my grown ass fan friend, me, a 500-year-old tree, to your door one night. I will bring him by so that he can help you in your studies. Do you happen to know where I could find this representative of Kavanari?
I think they're just going to be over at the college today during the memorandum.
Phenomenal. Thank you.
Of course. And
I bow deeply once more.
he goes back to writing and just ignores you.
I bow for a while, probably at least 5 seconds after he begins ignoring me. And then
he looks up at one point and sees you're still there and just goes back to writing.
And then I go to find everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. Do we meet up with each other?
Sorry, banana bread again. Yes, you do.
Links.
Yes. Hey, you missed out on some stuff here.
Services as a tutor to a local college student who is studying world religion.
What did I miss? I was just about to say what you missed over here, but now I'm just as a tutor.
Wait, what did I miss?
Librarian lady spewed black inky substance from her head as she tried to look for another book and collapsed. We have some more leads. The librarian's fine, by the way.
Oh,
I'm fine, dearie.
The soil here lacks nutrients.
I love the motivation, but not the motive.
I found this weird ass book.
I see.
I was on my long walk back, and I will admit. Wait, let's see how lost I got on my way back.
The survival.
On my long walk
on
back,
your short walk back.
which was only long because I am slow, but it was a very direct line, and I feel like the focus that I had in that walk was wasted somehow. God, 2 in a row, goddamn. I was thinking the student told me that there's an emissary of sorts from Havanari in town for the memorandum tonight, and I thought to myself, we should go address this book with them, but then I thought that humans usually need to be lied to. That Renantha taught me that, didn't you, Renantha?
Yes, of course. Also, these Kavanari people, we should just kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Might as well.
I'm not totally against that thought, but we could get information out of them first.
And then we kill them.
Not like they know anything, but that's always worth a try.
I see. I see.
That was a joke, right?
Oh, yeah, yes, of course it was. I'm sorry, I'm quite sickly at the moment, so it may not be so obvious that I am joking. But little joke.
Very funny. So, anyway.
Not to pry, but how did that connect to me being a tutor?
I got all this helpful information from a lovely young man named Hansel. And he's studying world religions, and I took his attention away from his studies, and I figured that I could repay him. And then I offered my services, and I also mentioned I had a friend who knew a lot about religion, and he didn't seem interested in my services. So he lives in the dorm in room 420. Blaze it. I wink at Renantha.
Renantha winks back, but cold.
A cold, dead.
Are you
wink.
serious about the room number? That's kind of hype.
Have I gotten good enough at joking that you can't tell when I am?
Polinx thinks in his head, wondering what's the correct answer to this question.
Why did the chicken go to the other side?
To cross the road?
No.
Oh, Mark, please tell us why.
Because death is inevitable.
I see.
Thank you, Renantha. I am coming along well.
Well,
So anyway, we're going to visit this young man, likely a teenager, possibly early 20s, some night soon.
oh, it doesn't have to be tonight. That's good. We can focus on this thing tonight then. And I'll try and help him out after.
Colin, did he say his exam was tomorrow?
Yes.
Pollings, on second thought, why don't I just take you to where he was studying?
That
It'll
may
be-
be a good idea, yeah.
Quick in and out. Quick back and forth.
Yep.
Okay, I walk.
10-minute
we go
adventure.
At 20 and
3
just
days
walk right
later.
back. What, Jeff?
Oh, quick in and out. 3 days later.
Can we co-stop that nat 20 and just walk in a straight line back?
Yeah.
During that time, I will fill in the details of what actually happened on our end with the librarian.
Renantha's also joining, so we'll also be providing commentary and jokes with Mark.
Algernon will follow. He's also going to roll survival. Yeah. We live another day.
At this point, we all come to the conclusion of, damn, someone founded Bodlin.
Yeah, we don't know who founded Bodlin. Someone had to have, but we don't talk about them.
You guys see Erskine
Really,
walking
we
around.
don't talk about anyone from Bodlin.
What's up?
I said you
I
guys see
was just gonna
Erskine
say-
walking around in the
Oh my God.
background trying to read, but he's holding the book upside down.
Oh god, I love this character.
What are you saying, Caroline?
It doesn't matter. So we get back to this dude.
Yeah.
Can I help Polinx like attune to speak with him?
You can like translate if you want, or if
I'll translate.
yeah.
Wait, it's
I
different language?
bow deeply until he notices I'm there.
He like startles and like puts his hand over his heart, and he like signs again. He's like, "Geez, I didn't think you'd be back so soon."
I'm so sorry, Hansel. As it turns out, we have something to do tonight. So this is my friend Polinx. I can translate for you. He knows a good matter about religion.
He waves at you, Polix.
Did you say sign?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. So not infernal sign language.
No.
I start signing in infernal.
He looks at you terrified.
And I'm like, right, probably not infernal. I wave.
He like gestures. You know infernal religion? That's not quite my area of expertise.
I assume I hear the translation for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I turn. Oh, we'll do this. We'll do this full out. He's asking if you know about infernal.
Oh, yeah, it's one of the languages I learned to sign, but I know all types of religions. It was part of my training during bring up for the Paladin Corps in the military.
He says yes.
I like this. I love this a lot.
Are you familiar at all with? It's not really even religion at this point, but antry, like the lack of religion. Being religious myself, it's kind of hard for me to understand how someone can not have faith in Elida.
Are you familiar with Antry and how someone might not have faith in Elida?
My formal training on Antry is pretty sparse, but in my time working, I've encountered a couple of them. I can't say I fully understand it myself, but I can ponder its feeling is similar to us trying to, or for them trying to understand why we follow Elida, in a sense that, like maybe they just don't have the same connection.
He says no, but but he thinks that it's similar how that they don't understand how we worship Elida in the same way we don't understand how they don't.
Oh, huh. I never really thought about that perspective. Because, like, growing up in a religion, you come to think of that as just kind of the bog standard. And yeah, I guess it makes sense that other people would view, if they have a different set of values, that they would view you as what's different and weird, and what they believe in as normal. I never really thought about it that way.
He said that he understands your point of view, and it honestly it seems like he's never considered before that different upbringings can have an effect on how you see the world. And that's what he's realizing now for the first time. Sort of a very miniature version of ego death.
What? That was a really deep commentary. Did he say that last part, or?
No, that's me kind of
Well, that's good.
extrapolating. So basically what he said is that he's never considered before that in the way that his upbringing has influenced him to see them as weird, their upbringing has influenced them to see us as weird.
Well, I guess that makes sense. I guess Colin, dude. So don't know who I was saying this to, but I grow a faint smile, and I'm like, oh, well, it's good for us to all, slowly come to terms with our own upbringings and seeing what it can take us into the world as we get disillusioned by them.
He agrees.
But I also wonder, like, I get that they don't believe in Elida, but do they? What are their values? What do they believe in?
Hansel wonders if they do not believe in Elida, what do they believe in?
So, okay, this is a direct question to Colin, to DM. I just kind of flavor texted in that I do have exposure with them through just working and not necessarily my training before Paladin School.
Right.
In my interaction with them, have they ever stated a raw belief, or is it more so a belief in themselves?
It's more so a belief in themselves.
Okay. To which I respond with, well, most the ones I've talked to usually say that they just it's a self-contained belief. They derive meaning from their inner self, and they just choose to take the world as it is.
Poling says that they believe in a universe that does not care and people who do.
That's beautiful. He signs back.
Thank you. It's from my favorite video game.
Oh yeah, what game?
Night in the Woods.
Oh my god,
But
I
no,
love Night in the Woods.
I love being in the woods at night.
He signs back. He's like, "Well, thank you. I feel like that's actually really helped me a lot with my studies. I feel a lot more confident on that subject matter now."
Yeah, well, I can't say that until. Never mind.
said-
What do I actually hear?
He said thank you. He feels more confident in that subject now.
Yeah, I've been meaning to ask about that. Hey, what is this actually part of an exam? Like, what part? How is this part of an exam? If you don't mind me asking.
Pollings fails to recognize how this is important to your studies.
Oh, well, it's world religions, and so it tries to do analysis on all different types of religion. There's my professor gave us a couple prompts that we might have during our writing portion, and one of them was about comparisons between the major subsets and Antry, and how those kind of relate and are maybe not so different than how we normally see them.
He said there's an essay portion.
I just real cogged my head back a bit under the realization. I'm like, yeah. Well, best of luck. Good on the professor for having you do like heavy critical thinking for these topics rather than just giving you facts to straight regurgitate.
Pollings has praised your professor for making you think critically about religions. And wait, what was the first thing you said?
Oh, good luck on the exam.
And he said, good luck on the exam, and I would like to offer the same to you. And I bow deeply.
I don't know if I'm supposed to bow, so I just like half bow.
He just does like
You
this.
curtsy.
He does like the standard like thank you sign.
The bow's better than Polling's.
Renantha, do you have anything to say about this topic?
Just from my experience, I know that some people in an entry sense have beliefs other than a tree.
Hold on, Ansel. I'm
Other
asking
than-
my other companion.
Other than the self, they could also believe in concepts like being really rich or having a lot of power. And I personally think that these people are quite immature, but that's just on me.
She also says good luck.
Namaste.
Hmm?
He like puts his hands together and does like the namaste like motion.
Okay. I guess with that, I'm like, okay, am I good? Should we go? We should probably plan. How are we
Goodbye,
gonna do that?
Hansel. Have fun blazing it after your exam.
You know it, girl.
I am hundreds of years old. Slay.
All right, so I imagine you guys head on out of the library at this point.
Yeah.
Cool. It's about late midday at this point.
Great. Can I try to like forage for to like make us some lunch so we can discuss our game plan?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and make a nature check with advantage.
Fuck yeah.
That's tough.
Can I speak with plants?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we can talk about how badly this went.
The plants are there like, don't worry, doll. Happens all the time.
I am so embarrassed right now. I
No,
am
no,
so
don't be.
good
You're
with
under a lot of pressure, sweetheart.
What kind of plant am I speaking to?
It's like a hydrangea bush.
Can I tell you just out of that you sound so similar to my mother and we had these huge hydrangea bushes when we were kids. They were like her pride and joy. Anyway, I thought that was funny. I guess it wasn't.
No, it was.
Yeah, do you happen to know of any, maybe like a nice salad? I doubt Erstein will eat anything that isn't just raw meat, but do we have like some good like mushroom alternatives?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they kind of like they part back their leaves a little bit and they show you like a hidden little like treasure trove of like berry bushes and mushrooms underneath said bushes. Please take all you want.
Oh my gosh. I will never forget this hospitality. Can I inspect their like the color to make sure that the pH balance in the soil is right?
Yeah.
How's it looking?
With a 9 to nature, it looks pretty good.
Can I get you anything?
Oh no, it's supposed to rain later today, darling, so we're fine.
Absolutely. Well, here's to a let me see. Here's to a prosperous summer for you. It is summer, right?
Yeah.
Here's to a prosperous summer for you. And I like give them guidance.
Oh, thank you so much. At that point, Erstein kind of barges out and is like, meat?
I feel like I broke the door on the way out.
Not on purpose. You just don't know your own strengths sometimes.
I tried to just push it open, but I was running, and so I just busted out the door. The hinges flew off.
Hey, Polings, can you make a deck save for me?
Oh, no, please.
Okay. I would like to hand Erstein this mushroom. Wait, what are you doing? Sorry. Oh, you're
Samuel avoids the door again.
I just barely. I hear the freight train of footsteps approaching. I'm like, no, and I barely dodge it.
Yes, he does.
I would like to present Erstein with a mushroom, and I want to use Druidcraft. And it says you can create an instantaneous, harmless sensory effect, such as like falling leaves, puff of wind, all that. Faint odor of a skunk. Can I do like the smell of cooked meat?
Yeah.
On this mushroom?
Definitely.
And I hand it to Erstein.
This is some weird looking meat.
But doesn't it taste delicious?
He horks it down, and he was like, "The texture's weird, but it tastes so good."
Hell yeah, brother.
Okay, Hulk Hogan.
I make like a little salad for everyone else. And round everyone up for like a family lunch.
I just kind of sit and look at the salad, and I'm like, oh, I guess I need more greens in my diet. And I start eating.
So, I'm assuming we're going to this memorandum tonight?
I was thinking maybe we can go to the representative's place before heading to the referendum. Just kind of staking it out, seeing if anything interesting's going on over there.
It's a
Have
very
it done
good.
more private instead of public.
Should Sam roll to evade Erskine because he said the word steak?
No, no.
Stupid Gabe.
I think that is the correct.
I mean, I'll do it.
Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Do it. Also, why rhinos are herbivorous, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
I'm pretty sure they are. This is kind of funny, actually. I kind of like this this little shtick going on right now.
I just like feel like Mork just like lightly glares at like Erskine every now and then, like, I will return you to your natural diet. Just like so judgmental.
At least you're not run over by him right now for saying stake a place out.
Oh wait, oh you failed. Renantha is going to cast banishment on Sam to protect him from being railed by
Railed?
Erskine.
Rail?
Yeah. Yep.
Rail?
Yeah, rammed.
Railed,
Sorry,
plowed, rammed. It's all the same.
I was thinking of
Nico,
a train.
roll to rail.
Look, I'm gonna be honest.
Banishment.
All those adjectives or all those
Okay.
verbs, just same thing.
Destroyed, trampled.
Sam, you need to make a charisma saving throw.
Yeah, you need to fail a charisma save.
Just because
And it's a charisma save, so you can't just what the animal handling.
he was trying to handle himself.
He can't. No one can.
Phrasing. Sam.
I have a +8 to charisma.
He's not enough.
So I guess I feel the spell banishment start to form around me, but it wasn't fast enough, and I still get bodied anyway. And I'm like, I guess thanks for the attempt.
I'm sorry, pole vault. I've tried.
Pole vault.
I mean, your name's Samuel K on the thing. So.
It's Polinks. I'll switch it over.
Polinks.
But that is very correct to
Ooh.
say.
That's,
Vaults?
that's insanely in character to get people's
Yeah.
names wrong.
Okay, perfect.
Polinks, you take 8 damage.
Did someone's alarm just go off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Someone's, not mine.
It sounded like there was like another phone in my home.
I have that problem at work. Like every single phone going off sounds like it could be coming from where my phone is.
Yeah, I'm at 99 now.
Sad.
I'm hurt.
Not like this.
Alright, so your lunchtime passes. You start to notice that townsfolk are heading off toward the college, presumably for the event that you know is happening this afternoon.
Erskine. Yes, Erskine will follow.
Cool.
Wait, follow what?
The college kids.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Well, I wanted to have a discussion about our game plan.
Oh, I thought you did already.
No, that was all just Sam trying to not get murdered.
Alright,
I mean, like, we passively mentioned, let's go to the...
because you mentioned like a
the-
stakeout or something.
Yeah.
Should we maybe have a lie ready so we can ask him about this book? Should someone maybe pretend to be interested in him? That seems to be working for Renantha.
Hmm.
Absolutely not.
I'm just saying that when you employ that, it always has great success.
Oh, lying.
I'm aware, but they're from Kavini, so no.
Well, I could try, but given my armor and status, I feel like they'll not believe me.
Strip.
What if you just try to seduce them?
Flat. So I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult coming from you. I'm gonna be honest.
Take
But
it as a
either way.
compliment this time.
Okay. Either way, I don't think it'll work. I'm gonna be honest. Wait, what about Algernon?
Yeah, I can lie.
Cool. You okay? Like we'll back you up. Like we'll be out in the bushes, but like we'll back you up if anything comes to harm. You seem kind of phased about him.
I'll be fine. There's just one guy. The shit I saw was more than one guy.
Hmm.
Would they not know that, like, I basically sailed into D-Day that one time? Like,
I mean, they saw your reaction to the name, but it's
Like,
up to you
so-
if you want to share details.
oh, okay. So, I assume then this was something that happened before we all met, and, like,
I mean, it's more so that like you guys often get sent out on different diplomatic missions like all the time, especially you since you are the main guy that goes like overseas. So it's very plausible that they just don't know all of your details of your adventures, especially since Algernon doesn't even remember all the details of his adventures.
yeah. Yeah, I'll just tell them that, like, yeah, I was sent on a diplomatic mission there. It was basically a elaborate trap, and we almost all died. So I'm not worried about one dude. Especially if I'm lying to him.
Or seducing him.
Right.
All right. Well, that sounds like a plan, I guess. All right. Are we ready?
Absolutely.
What lie should I go with about the... Like, what am I going to be asking about?
I guess your main objectives are looking for anything relating to the people missing in the town, as well as looking for more info on
Tomas,
Damn it! What were the names? Tomas, thank you. And
Claudine.
no, that was part of the people missing.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking for. I wrote it down somewhere.
Araya.
No, I was gonna say Fenrit.
Oh
Maybe
yeah.
no. Since the book was taken, or you can just ask for the book. Yeah, ask if they know about the book.
Okay.
So multiple things to look out for. If you have a lie to come up with, just say
Yeah.
you were interested in you're interested in their religion through the book. And now I have to look up the name of the book. It was something through the ages.
What if they
Epitaphs.
stole the book?
Well, then you'll get a better picture. Because they'll react as if like you just talked about a book that they stole.
I see. Okay.
Oh shit! Sorry.
What is it? What is it?
Can I cast detect magic on the book?
The book you have?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Why haven't we thought about that earlier?
What
Does
exactly?
anyone else have any book
What exactly are you looking for?
I'm
magic?
Well,
I'm detecting magic, my guy.
We'll burn that bridge when we cross it.
So, I mean, the book that you have doesn't really have any magic behind it. There's like a weird force coming from it that you wouldn't exactly call magic, but it's almost like that book doesn't want to exist. Like I said, it's not really magic. It doesn't have any like barriers preventing it from being translated or anything like that. It's
Can
just
I-
a very odd, out of place book.
Can I try to like attune to it to understand it better?
Um, well, like, I'm trying to think because it's not like an artifact or anything. If you want to try and attune to it to, yeah, like try and understand the language, you can, but it's not going to be like an instantaneous thing. You're
Oh,
gonna-
it wasn't to understand the language. It was just to try to understand where that force was coming from. Like,
or what that force is.
Oh,
even,
well,
if we're able to identify it.
with your detect magic and both of your arcana rolls there, you can just kind of tell that the book, anything having to do with Cavernary doesn't exist well in realms outside of Cavernary. Like, being directly in the light seems to be affecting this book in a negative way.
can I like spontaneously grow leaves to have it in shade?
Sure. You notice the aura seems to like calm down a little bit, but it still doesn't like existing.
I don't know. This shit seems pretty.
I don't know that we should hand this book over to someone from this realm.
magical.
Read the book down.
Are you intimidating the book?
Stop, you're scaring us.
It needs to give answers.
I'm imagining this book tied to a chair.
Erskine reaches down to like grab the book to intimidate it, and Mort kind of like instinctively like reels it back, like, no, don't like scare it. And in the process, like a page slips out from the book into Erskine's hand, just a single page.
Erskine attempts to read it.
You can't,
Or
even
Yeah.
if it was in common. Even if it was in common, Erskine can't read.
Maybe you bring this single page and say that you found it.
Does the page itself seem to not want to exist?
Not any more or less than the rest of the book.
Ah,
Algernon, or whatever
perfect.
the fuck your name is.
Flowers boy, we could have you take this page to the representative and say that it seems to be from where he's from, and that piqued your interest.
That sounds like a plan.
All right.
And it's at this point the college kids start heading over, and Erskine moves to follow them.
Okay.
Where's
Where are
the-
they heading over to?
The main college building where the event is taking place.
Okay, cool.
is the like, I don't know, the embassy, the section for the representatives, is it also in the university, or is it a
Yeah, it's
different
just in
building?
like the open, like the gathering hall.
Oh, okay.
Can I, like, go to outside of where this dude is staying and, like, or where, like, the representatives are staying and, like, stand there and try to see if I can overhear anything when he's leaving?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, can I, like, try to, like, take my tree form outside of where this dude is staying and see if I can, like, glean anything when he's on his walk over?
I mean, the representatives are already in the building.
Oh, damn, we were gonna, like, stalk them. Shit. I thought this was happening at night. Fuck. Okay. Alright. Let's roll, gang.
Gang, gang.
I guess we head out.
Okay, cool. So, you guys make your way over I should just make your way over to there. You enter inside the hall. You notice that Rayless is still absent, that orb still sitting on his desk. But on kind of either side of the hall, just kind of a massive staircase in the middle, are just like rows of, what do you call them? Like just stands, I guess, where people have like posters and pamphlets about the religion that they're representing. And you see a whole bunch of different subsects all around. Go ahead and make a perception check.
I love these. Terrible at them. For fuck's sake.
Jesus, Algernon.
It's his second 31. And his third 31. Algernon, with mission in mind, is looking around for anybody that particularly stands out. The rest of you are doing the same, but your attention is grabbed by all of the major religions and like their huge elaborate displays that they have kind of advertising themselves. Far back toward the end of the hallway, wedged in a corner, you see that there is one person who is talking to a couple college folk. They do not have a stand or like a bulletin board of any kind, and they are just standing there in a green cloak.
Erskine wants to walk over, but looks over at whoever was making the plan. I forgot who that was. What their name was.
You walk over to who?
He wants to walk over to the green cloak because he remembers hearing something about a green cloak, but then he looks over to Mork was the one making the plan, right?
Yes. Or like...
Okay. He looks over to Mork and is like, "Can I?"
Well, you guys don't see it. Only Algernon sees it right away.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess I'll just point him out and to the group is like, is that the guy?
Which guy specifically again?
This guy.
I can't
This guy.
see.
Did you say he's
Move my
wearing
thing.
a green robe?
He is wearing a green robe.
Should I do a full police and just jump to conclusions and just tackle him? Stop! You violated the law. Upon being pointed out to it, I'm like, well, it's just a robe, so it's too soon to come to conclusions. But we should definitely keep a closer eye on him. I guess one of us could tail him.
They're not going anywhere. They're just standing there talking to people.
Mm.
Well, we'll keep an eye on him.
If anything, I guess you can continue your plan by approaching him. Just add it to the list.
We don't know if that's the guy though.
That's true.
Is there like anything like major happening, or are we all is everyone just waiting around, waiting for the event to start?
I mean, the event started. Like, people are talking to representatives from the different religions.
Yeah.
People just kind of milling about. There's like a refreshments table.
We're just kind of laying back while you would go and talk to the representative.
Okay.
Because you'd be able
So-
to perceive things better, I guess.
Yeah. So, okay, can I get like a rundown of like where this guy's from, just so like I can actually RP it good? Algernon, I'll be honest, I zoned out for a while since Algernon just wasn't like leading like conversation and anything.
So
Okay.
if this guy is who you're looking for, he might be from Cavaneri, which is a place of kind of underdark creatures. So a lot of like bestial kinds that don't really occupy many other regions outside of Cavernary. Not much is known about them, and they try as best as they can to stay in their region out of like direct sunlight.
Okay. Does this guy look like he fits that sort of bill?
You even with your 31 to perception, you can't tell from the end of the hall because he is like covered head to toe in this robe. Like you can't even see any part of his face.
I see. Alright, well, I guess Algernon is just gonna walk up to him and try to strike up a conversation. Hello, friend. What brings you to this memorandum of religions?
He turns to look at you. He's kind of got his hands like buried in either sleeve of his robe, and his hood kind of comes down like to his sternum, so like all parts of him are covered. And he's like, "Ah, hello, brother. I am here representing an order of the tree."
And an order of the tree. Was that one of the religions listed? Or like
One of the
sects?
major religions, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Ah, I see. From where? From what lands do you come from?
Oh, well, my order comes from all over. We occupy nations from east to west, north to south. The Order of the Tree is the second largest Elitaism subset.
Yes, I'm well aware. I believe I read up on it on and the book name was Epitaphs of World Religions or
Epitaphs
something
of the
that sort.
Ages.
Epitaphs of the Ages. Thank you. I believe I read on that.
I'm not familiar with that tome, but hopefully it speaks of us kindly.
Yes, it did. And do I get anything from like any sort of reaction? On
Make an
his end?
insight check.
Insight. You're just telling me to fuck off with perception.
You see he took like a little bit of a longer pause than normal. Like he was trying to think of his next response, but his actual response didn't like trigger any red flags for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like that could be a perfectly valid response to somebody not having read the book.
I see. Yes, I believe the book hailed from a land named and again help me out.
Kavanari.
Kavanari. Yes,
It's like calamari cavern.
I believe Kavanari.
I'm familiar with that place. I would be careful speaking of it in these parts. Not too many people are fond of the Cavernarians.
And like, is that like the same sort of insight deal where normal response seemingly, or
From what you can tell, yeah. You can feel free to roll insight again if you want.
sure, take you up on it. Yeah.
Yeah, same sort of relative response there. Are you interested in joining the Order of the Tree?
Well, I believe I would have to. I would be interested in hearing more about it, certainly.
Well, that's absolutely wonderful. I am actually doing an event in the courtyard at the entrance to town later tonight. If I can give you a personal demonstration there, if you'd be so inclined.
Oh, yes, I'd be very interested in doing so.
Wonderful. So that makes, he points to like a couple other people that are gathered around you. So that makes at least 3 of you. That's a wonderful turnout. My order will be most pleased.
Ah, I see. I'll neglect to mention any people I am here with.
Fair enough. And what is your name, brother?
My name is Joshathan.
Make a deception check with advantage.
Yeah. And I have proficiency, so that's yeah. Okay, yeah.
Well, wonderful, Jocelyn. I look forward to seeing you later tonight. Then it will be promptly around 11 p.m.
Thank you. And I will take my leave and head back to the group. And is he like staring me down?
He's
or
like
do I have to be-
watching you as you leave.
I see. I will meander at the refreshments for a while until his gaze goes elsewhere.
And after a little bit, he turns away and starts talking to more people near him.
Okay, I'll find the group and sort of lead them farther away from the guy. And explain 11 p.m. entrance courtyards. There will be an event. He expects just me, and he also thinks my name is Joshathan. So I will go in, and you all will be on a stakeout, and we'll see how this goes. Or you guys could just come in with me and press the issue.
Huh. What do you guys think is the best move?
Well, our options are we can try to go to the thing at 11 and see what the hell it's about, but I get the sickly feeling if it's something bad, we may already be too late if we just go there at the designated time.
I am in agreement.
Tell you what, let's see if we can get there a bit earlier than 11 and see what's going on. Other than that, there are other religions that we can look into here. I kind of want to see some of these sects, see what they're up to. Anyone else have any ideas they'd like to volunteer before I go?
I mean, I would like to see what other religions even are. I don't know of them.
Yeah, I guess that also provides a good opportunity for that too.
I'm kind of asking at God right here to list off some religions.
I mean, I was just the Relighta's blessing. You hear him repeat from earlier. Well, you have the Order of the Tree. You have Elida's heir.
Yeah, there's but that's all. There's none of the lesser known ones.
I mean, this is
The Church of Philip.
I'm a diplomat. I know of the big ones, but this is a religion fair.
Correct. Well, you do have the the Sands of Time. They're present here from the desert country of Frozov.
That's my favorite video game.
I was gonna say you didn't say Persian. I was kind of sad.
You have the Uku religion from Hyrule. Sorry.
Never mind. None of these seem worth it.
So we're just gonna judge God for their religions. All right. I guess I'll head over to the what was the name of the militaristic one? I forgot.
The Order of the Tree.
Yeah, that's what it was. Wasn't that just the one we went to?
Well, he was a subset of it, but there's like a bigger one with some like decked out military officers closer to the front of the building.
There was that one, and there was one more that I was like, oh, the other group. What's it called?
Elida's heir.
No, I don't know.
Antry.
The one that was really the anti one. Yeah, the Antry.
Antry. Yeah.
All right. I guess I go over to the big guys first, and I walk over. Not necessarily like brandishing or being pompous or anything, but more so just walking over with like purpose, as if to look more authoritative. Um, and I briskly stop as I approach him. Is there anyone? Am I meeting like two people at the front desk, or is it?
Yeah,
Like,
there are
what's-
two people there. There's one woman kind of decked out in military garb, like full chainmail and then scale armor on top of that. And she's looking there very stern and upright. And then there's a guy next to her, kind of like towering an extra like 3 to 4 feet above her, and like 3 to 4 feet wider than her as well, wearing a similar outfit.
Oh, is that dude just like 9 feet tall or something?
Yeah, he's just massive.
Are any of them wearing official military uniform?
Yes.
Is there a stance on religion for the official military?
I mean, it depends on what country you're in.
I mean, for this one, because it's like, I don't know if they declared like,
Bottlin does not have like a forced religion for any purpose. I mean, people like believe in the Lida, but it's not like a specific subset is forced upon anybody. But in some other nations, like the Order of the Tree, kind of controls
Okay.
the theocracy and stuff like that.
But it's not like a strict separation of church and state, right? Like there's no law saying like, hey, if you are in military uniform, you cannot show representation of
Right,
this.
there's nothing like that.
Okay, so I kind of approach, and go, do they have a rank, like with a ribbon or something?
Yeah, using your innate military history, you can tell that the larger guy is a lieutenant, and the woman in front of him is a
Corporal or something?
I was trying to think of like what's the highest general. Duh.
I guess. And I do like a proper salute, and I go, General, Lieutenant.
Greetings, officer.
Huh? Am I actually an officer? Pretty sure officer is one of the lower ranked ones.
Sorry, sir, we don't quite know your exact stature.
I pause upon this realization that I'm not well known within my own army. I just kind of sigh a bit, and I'm like, if I say it out loud, I might get more info, but then I think that drags more attention. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Yeah, I am. Well, you see, and I point to. I assume there is some form of regala showing advisor to the king,
Yes,
like
yeah.
like a special sash or something.
The lieutenant guy kind of bends down and is like, "Oh, you must be Commander Pollings of the Bottlin Army.
Yup.
It is our sincerest pleasure." They both hold their hands out in like exact sync to shake your hand.
Oh, I was just like, oh, nice to meet both of you too, and I shake their hand individually.
What can we
So-
do you for?
No, it's all good. Notice you wearing official uniform during this little event here. Hopefully, you guys are giving us a good reputation. I say, joking, like laughingly.
I should clarify. They're not from Bottlin.
Oh, bro,
That's so important.
that was absolutely important.
I thought that I was starting to get the impression they were like, because they're visiting from other countries and stuff. I thought that was implied. I apologize.
I didn't realize this specific order. I thought this order was a sect within this country.
No. This is like from the theocracy of I cannot read my own writing. It's from the theocracy of Colmith, and it's kind of like the main hub of the Order of the Tree.
Okay, in which case I revise this and just specify who I am, and not expect them to know.
Okay.
I'm like, it's nice to meet you all. say it's been uh, it's been crazy the amount of sects I've run into throughout this event so far.
You dog.
Sex? Oh, sex. Sex. Sex, you bitch.
I hardly know her.
Sex. It's sex. Oh, yo, how is it on my mic? Alright, whatever.
I know what you said.
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny.
MILF jugs.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
I just say holding a glass of milk. Damn, now I'm thinking about it. Nah, I turn and I'm like, so what brings your group here? Specifically, I imagine if they're here already, they probably have some form of emissary here.
Yes, we were sent as emissaries of Colmith to spread the good word about the Order of the Tree.
You guys been here long, or just for the festival?
Oh, we just came into town the other day.
Did they ever mention when the first person started going missing?
It's been a couple months since the first person started going
Okay,
missing.
okay.
Most recent being several days ago.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay. Pretty recent guys. Have you, given, I assume since you guys are representatives, you must have been around a lot. Are you guys properly acquainted with the other sects around?
Not particularly. We particularly stick to our own knowledge of the theocracy.
Ah, sense. That makes sense. Keep things in check. I
Quite.
understand. Well, I just going around trying to gauge the room, and I guess this is seeping into the beginnings of deception, but I'm just gauging the room, making sure all the different sects are, acting accordingly. No issues coming up between them. Just managing conflicts as they start to appear.
Absolutely. The Scholars of Shola do a great job every time we're invited to one of these.
That's great to hear. Well, I do have a few seconds if you want to give any sort of brochure or anything, but if not, if you have no questions for me, I'm just gonna move things along quick.
They hand you a little pamphlet, and they're like, well, we wish you had a little bit more time, but we understand you must be a busy man. If you are ever sent to Colmith, please feel free to drop by. We will give you the full rundown, and we will show you why the Order of the Tree is the supreme theocracy.
Sounds like a great offer, and I give him a military salute and leave. As I'm doing that, can I do a perception check to see if there's anything off?
Insight.
Insight? Bet. Bet.
But they don't really give you any bad juju, bad vibes. They
Other than the fact that they said the supreme.
yeah, that part kind of threw you a little. You're like, not sure about that. But overall, they just seem kind of misguided or focused
Like
on
any other theocracy.
like any other super devout religious people who are blindly following their religion.
All good, as long as they don't cause any issues. I guess I head over to the entry, unless anyone wants to do anything. Now would be the time.
Erstein is gonna try to learn a little bit about each of the theologies that are around, to try to see which one he kind of fits into, and decides it's not really for him, and just leaves.
Oh yeah, dog. Go ahead and give yourself inspiration.
Have fun with the Oka one from Hyrule.
Can I also? Never mind.
I was gonna say, can I roll survival for that? But I'll just take the inspiration instead.
Um, and yeah, he's just chilling.
Cool.
Well, all right then. I guess I'll head over to the anti-tree. Anti-tree? Anti-tree?
Entry, yeah.
Uh, um, anything out of the order? Well, paint the scene for me as I approach the desk.
Um, you actually notice two entry organizations kind of on either side of the refreshments table. One of them is very aggressive, like up in your face. Like they've got like huge banners sprawled out. They're holding like picket signs. And the other one just looks like people like in very calm, like long gray robes.
Guess we have differing opinions on not having an opinion. Bad quote. I guess I try to approach the quiet table first.
Ah, hello, brother.
Good afternoon to you all.
How may we assist you?
Just here looking around, taking inventory of the different sects that are here. I'm more so just making sure everything's going well with everyone. No conflicts are emerging. Have you guys been here long as representatives?
This is actually my first time coming to one of these things. I came into town a week early to prepare everything. Wanted to make sure I didn't muck anything up.
And you got and this, I guess, as I turn to like passively look at the other one across the refreshments bar, I guess, and I turn back, I'm like, this specific subsect is from. I leave it open.
Oh, I mean, I'm not from anywhere in particular. I'm a traveling missionary. I don't really have a home to call my solid place of foundation, but I just kind of go around talking about why Antry is so important for people to consider. I hesitate to even call myself a missionary because it's hard to spread the word of nothing, to spread the word of not believing in a religion. A lot of people are averse to the idea, but I don't try to convince anyone so much as I try to just allow them to open their minds to the different perspectives that exist out there.
Huh. You are very. I don't know. I guess, in lack of a better word, passively wise for someone. Does he look old? I don't even register that. Does he look old?
He looks like maybe 26.
Yeah. I was like, you're someone very passively wise for your age.
I've experienced a lot of things in my life, and so many of it came down to conflicts from different beliefs. And if we could all just learn to better understand one another, I think we would be in a better world.
From my from my shoes, I can definitely see the benefit in that. So, no conflicts with anyone. No, you didn't have anything or feel anything out of the ordinary when trying to set things up here.
Well, we were originally going to set up over in that spot, but then that other sect of Antry came in and kind of pushed us aside. But you know, maybe they've probably been here longer than we have. Maybe that's their spot. You know.
I see. So I take it you guys are not affiliated with each other?
I mean, in name, they are a little bit more aggressive with it. They're almost turning into a full-on religion over there. It feels almost antithetical to what we spread, but they're really committed to getting people to abandon the Elida isms.
Hmm. I'll go take a look over there. Not gonna start anything serious, so long as you are okay with your position and there's nothing to it. But I'll just check to see if everything's okay with them as well. It was nice
Yeah,
meeting you, though.
absolutely. Pleasure to meet you as well.
Hmm. I hope you find. I guess success isn't necessarily the right word, but I hope you find what you're looking for in your travels.
Thank you. And I don't know what you're looking for, but I hope you find it too.
Thank you. I'll definitely need it. I head over to the other table. Oh, I thought I was going to be interrupted on the way there by the people. I'm going to be honest.
No.
What was that?
Oof. Oh.
2007 specifically. Yeah, you get over there and they're just like, brother, you must repent and abandon Elida. He will lead you astray. We are doomed.
Is that actually?
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that the anti-treat people.
Oh, well, too late now.
Nah, this is the canon. I kind of
2007.
double take a bit back, and I'm like, whoa, it's been intense. I just got here.
He like gets up like real close in your face and it's like, think about this, man. If Elida's out there and he's like the benevolent god that everyone worships him as, why does he let bad things happen to good people?
Damn. Preach.
I see. I see. You bring very valid points.
Yes, literally.
But I'm just here on more like a formality. Just wanted to check in with you guys, how your experience has been. Has your stay been good as it is for so long?
It's been terrible. I'm surrounded by heretics who just follow blindly like sheep.
Ooh, I can't imagine. How long have you been surrounded by them?
Since the day I was born, it feels like.
Okay, but how about these ones specifically? As I gesture to the people in the courtyard.
None of them seem to have any interest in what we're preaching.
Yeah, but how long? How long, buddy? How long have you been here?
We've been here since the crack of dawn, 6 a.m.
Did you guys arrive here from outside? Where are you guys from?
We come from all over. We have people from the middle continent, even as far as the northern continent.
And you all have representatives here? I turn to like look at the table and see how
We
many
need
people
to
there are.
show them that we are bigger than they underestimate us for.
Don't you mean? Okay. Well, well, I see the enthusiasm. You guys are very driven towards your goal. Have you had any issues with setting up or anything like that?
No, it was just peachy.
Does he say that with sarcasm?
No, he says it sincerely, just angrily.
No. I'm just like, oh, okay. Well, have you heard any ongoings that you find unsettling based on the other religions that you've been around here?
They're all unsettling, man. They've all got people brainwashed.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't do something about it, yes, you and me, pointing at you, if we don't do something about it, then this world is fucked, man. It's fucked.
I see. Could you try not yelling a bit too loud? I think you are scaring off all the guard. I turned to see like where there's supposed to be like guard dogs, or essentially, or just guard animals, and some of them are just gone. Like I think you're scaring off some of the guard animals.
Yeah, well, maybe we should start with them. They'd probably be more willing to listen than these schmucks.
I see. Well, I hope you find some. I hope you find some success in your endeavors, and I hope you may come to some new level of understanding with yourself, your group, and the people around you. Good day.
Yeah. You too.
Sorry, I forgot to do a perception on them. Anything else about them?
So
About this whole
much, but
thing.
nothing like nothing in the way you're looking for.
Yeah. I guess with that, I'll do one last. I don't know if insider perception is the right one for the group that we started off with, just to see if they're like all the members are still where we left them off at.
I mean, you can just look over there. You see that the guy is still standing there, still hooded as ever. But, you know, people have cycled in and out. He's not talking to the same group.
Can I do an Arcana check if there's magic around?
Sure. There's a decent bit of magic, but it's hard to like pinpoint anything in particular. You do get a similar sense to what Mork was feeling when they checked the magic on the book earlier. Although, again, because there's so much magic permeating through this area, it being a magical school and all of these magical theocracies kind of coming in and, you know, subsets of religions kind of displaying parts of themselves, it's all kind of mingling together and you can't quite pinpoint it.
Can I do a... Okay, this is going to be like real flavor texting that you're in charge of. I have a spell called Dispel Magic, and that works if I point to a specific creature, object, or magical effect that is known. Can I, for a lesser strength or effect, make it a blanket spell to cover an area around me?
You could, but I don't think doing that would help you like pinpoint anything because it wouldn't be able to reach as far if you're trying to eliminate all the magic around you.
Well, if it's within, like, let's say a 30-foot circle, because the regular range is 120 feet, right? Let's say it's like a 30-foot circle, and I am in between two booths. I feel like that will cover the two booths, essentially,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, I have an idea. Instead of that, I will replace that. Can I replace it?
Sure.
I will replace it. I will approach myself to the what's it called? Canary? Canary.
What?
The original sect that we went to. Cabanari.
Oh.
Yes, I'm trying to be an EMP grenade. I will approach the Cabanari like booth and specifically to the guy in green, slowly. As to make myself not like stand out as someone trying to like immediately arrest them or something.
I know who you're talking about, but I will clarify you don't know for certain that they are Cavanari.
Oh, I thought they were next to the Cabanari booth.
It's just said that it was a subset of Order of the Tree.
Okay. Yeah, I'll still approach him.
And what are you doing?
So as I approach him, I am casting a spell slowly. And it is a spell called Zone of Truth. Oh, should I? I mean, I guess I can do it, but like...
Magical Zone, guards against deception. Okay. Spell save. Okay.
And I will approach him, and I go, "Hello, sorry to bother you."
No bother at all. It's what we are here for.
Oh, I was literally about to say like, hey, if he says that, this is Zone of Truth. You can't lie about that.
Unless they save.
Oh, that's a good point. I guess I don't know if they save, do I?
You should know whether each creature succeeds or fails on its saving throw,
Mm.
according to the thingy's explanation.
Oh,
So does it?
you know whether each creature succeeds or fails on saving throw. It did succeed on the saving throw.
Are you serious? Ah! I can't cast it again. I have to wait 10 minutes. Ah.
Is there anything I can help you with, sir?
We're
Do they know that that you tried casting a spell?
An affected creature is aware of the spell and can thus avoid answering questions to which it would normally
But-
respond with a lie.
But this is an unaffected creature.
because it didn't succeed.
So like,
It's up to.
like-
It's,
Pollux walked up, they suddenly like had a mind affecting wave wash over them as they passed their save, and then see this guy start to ask questions. I think they
Oh,
might.
hold on. Sorry. I just saw it was a charisma save. No, they failed. They failed.
Okay.
I thought it was a intelligence save. My bad.
let's go, fucking uncharismatic bastard. I approach, and I'm like, "Hello. Hopefully I'm not too much of a bother. I guess I should probably introduce. My name is Dane Pollings, and I am here for a few questions. Hopefully this doesn't take too much of your time.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't even believe the first answer, bro. It's like, no, it's not fine. So I'm here just perusing through the different sects, just like making sure things are okay and there's no conflicts arising. Has your stay been satisfactory thus far?
It will be.
I see. Hopefully you haven't had any issues with any of the other sects, any conflicts arise as you prepare for this event?
No, they've been fine to me.
You specifically or your entire group?
Just me.
Is there any other conflicts from the other group that you're aware of? Anything that I can help out with?
No, we are fine.
Okay. As a member of the military, I will be honest with you, and I assume presumably you can also tell that there is a spell under effect. This is just to make sure that everyone's honest. I am, of course, also being directly honest with you through these questions. So alongside that, how long have you been here for preparing for this little exchange?
I've been here a while.
You know, it's much easier to answer the questions with full honesty.
I told you I've been here a while.
Exactly how long?
I don't know the exact number of days.
All right, very well. We've been running to some issues lately regarding a few students reporting some interesting behaviors since some new events have happened. Have you noticed, or do you have any knowledge pertaining to the missing nature of a couple of people recently, let's say in the past few months?
Samuel, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Sounds good. I'm gonna fail it immediately.
The truth
would you
is,
look
you
at
better
that?
catch these hands.
Catch these hands.
Does Algernon see this with a 22 passive perception?
Yeah. um,
Can Erskine charge in?
So what's going to happen is that he rips the cloak off and lunges at you and starts wrapping himself and coiling around you. You notice that this is a weird abomination of a creature that you've never seen before. It is very long and thin. It has a very flattened out humanoid head with giant mandibles coming out at the jaw, and hundreds and hundreds of arms cascading down its body. And it entwines itself around you, wraps under your arms and around your waist, as this this centipede man kind of coils around you and starts to squeeze on you.
So is the dex save for the grapple, or is that for?
It was
just
for the
missing leg?
grapple.
Okay.
And so I will let you respond in turn. But first, since the grapple succeeded, you are going to take 22 points of damage as he
Hey, yo.
squeezes you.
My man hit me with the double 22, bro. Goddamn.
And through he obviously had some sort of spell that was allowing him to speak normally, as now it's kind of coming out as like a hoarse, like gurgling, chittering noise as he whispers in your ear, and he's like, "You should have stayed silent.
I did not.
You should have stayed silent."
I for lack of better response, as I prepare to do something, I'm just like, I feel like you're the one that really should have just stayed silent.
It goes to squeeze you harder. You can make a strength saving throw to try and break out if you would like.
Oh, okay.
And I will also allow other people to take actions as well.
Yeah,
Is Erskine
where
there?
are we, and do we see this going on?
Yeah, this is in. Oh, you break out. This is in the hall at like the back corner where the guy was originally occupied. Huge commotion has broken out, so your attention is immediately drawn there as this creature reveals itself and coils around Sam or Polinx.
Can I cast a spell on it?
Yeah.
I want to cast polymorph
Okay.
on it to try to wait. Can I tell if this is a shape changer?
Not inherently. You've never really seen a creature like this before. You don't know its full capabilities.
Okay, I want to turn it into a little plastic bonsai tree.
Okay. Does it roll a save?
It's a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Probably not. It rolled a 12.
That's a fail.
Okay. So it just turns into what? You can just turn into anything, including a bonsai tree.
The new form can be any beast whose challenge rating is equal to or less than the target's. So I want to turn it. Okay, I want to turn it into a caterpillar. And oh no, a mosquito, and trap it under a glass.
It said turn into a creature with a challenge rating equal to or less.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Otherwise, you could only buff it.
Yeah, I was like, that's a weird spell.
You'd be really. What's more interesting is that if that was the case, what if the mosquito is a higher challenge rate? That's just an insult at that point.
It can't speak, cast spells, or take any other action that requires hands or speech. Its gear melds to its new form. It can't activate, use, wield, or otherwise benefit from any of its equipment.
Okay. It is after being transformed into a mosquito, it's going to make a mad dash for the exit, or a mad fly for the exit, I should say.
If someone get it in a glass.
I was gonna.
Christine will chase after it.
I guess sleight of hand.
Yeah.
All right,
Uh,
Colin. I
this is not a
Before I
Marco.
roll-
This is not a Marco thing. This is a sleight of hand with disadvantage. You were trying to scoop a mosquito out of the air.
so here's the thing, though.
Mosquitoes are slow as fuck.
I'm proficient at So I straight up can't roll lower than a 10 on the d20, and I have a +7 to sleight of hand. So I think never mind.
Oh,
Algernon
Scratch
grabs like a glass jar from the refreshments table and just nimbly like jumps in the air and does like a full like 360 spin and then like clasps it shut.
I was going to say I don't think I can roll lower than the 17, but
not even focusing on the mosquito, my eyes immediately dart to the booth with the rest of the people.
Everyone looks really frazzled and confused about the series of events that just took place.
Was he the only one that was in that sect?
He was the only one there, yeah.
Oh.
The other people he was talking to before were like college students.
Oh, okay. But there was the other one that was like generally in the same type of, like his was a specific subset, right?
Correct.
What was the other ones that were?
He was a subset of the Order of the Tree.
Yeah, and that was the militaristic one, right?
Right.
Do they show any reaction?
Same as everyone else around them, like concern. They're obviously a little more stoic about it, but
I immediately like full pace walk or jog over to jog over to them. The spell's still in effect. And I go, that man is to be taken in under suspicion of what's the term? It's not kidnapping.
Kidnapping?
Well, it's not kidnapping. It's not a kid.
it's still kidnapping.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Under suspicion of recent kidnappings. Do you know anything about that subsect?
No, we've never seen them before, sir.
Right. The zone of truth thing is still in effect. They have to make saves if they're doing that.
They did.
Oh, do they save?
Yeah. No. They failed.
Oh, okay. All right, just curious. Just, you know, you've never interacted with him at all?
No, I've never seen anything like that thing before in my life.
Damn. At this point, I yell out. Actually, no. Before that, I asked them, do they know anything about something related to? And I go through a short list here. What was the place name?
Cavernary.
No, not that one.
What?
It's not a place actually. What was it? It starts with an A.
Araya.
Arayo? That's what it was. Yeah,
Yeah.
Arayo.
That's the name from the title of the book.
Yeah.
No, I'm unfamiliar with that. You notice that you asking that question, the mosquito in the jar starts like buzzing around, whacking itself against the glass.
Mm,
It can't...
anything?
All right, Colin. I need you to be level with me. Mosquitoes, non-lethal damage.
I mean, you can give it like a little shake, but
Man, just
Okay, am I actually
splat.
worried? Like, is it hard enough to actually kill itself or like injure itself in any way?
no.
Okay.
Christine grabs the cup and shakes it.
Hey, Erskine could kill it.
That's gonna have to be a opposed something. I'm not giving it to Erskine.
Do you guys?
You're giving it to Ersti.
Hold on, no, hold on, no, hold on. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Here you go.
Can I
Here
try
you
to
go.
intimidate Erskine?
Can you try to
Be
what?
like,
Very gently, very
and
gently.
I'll turn you into a mosquito too.
Christine, upon hearing this, I'm gonna charisma save. Okay. All right. He is gonna shake it gently, like.
I like to imagine with your nat 20, you just picked me up.
And shook Algernon.
And I tried to like squeeze out, like I tried to backflip out of your hands, and it's just like, yeah, nope, didn't. Not how that works.
I
Never let him know your next move. I went for the body.
Sorry, that was really funny to me. Anyway, in character, I continue down the list. Do you know anything about? You just said the place's name.
Cavernari.
Cabinary.
Cavernari of the Iron Fortress. No.
Okay. Lastly, does the tome reading, what's it called? Not epitaphs through the ages.
Heritage of Araya.
Heritage of Araya. That book, not even the place, just the book itself has never crossed your guys' mind.
I've never heard those words organized in that way. I've never even heard the last one.
All right. Well, that should be everything. You guys carry on. Be careful about you.
You as well.
Excuse me.
I guess I turn back to the rest of the group and I'm like, we should keep it, and interrogate it later. We also have the thing to make at 11.
That was with the guy you just turned
That's
into a
with
mosquito.
this guy. Algernon says, holding the mosquito out while being held by Erskine.
Yes, but there could be a chance that the people that they're going to. Oh. Well, I assumed that the thing at 11 would be a trap, and in my head I assumed that it wouldn't just be them by themselves, but other people. I guess I jumped a couple steps there. Yeah, that's an
Wing on the
assumption.
fly on the jaw,
There-
Algernon on the Erskine on the...
Well, he did mention he talked two other people into to going to this event. I don't know
Yeah.
if they're still here or if they went early, but
I think there's a good chance. If they're here, I don't know if you can find them. I don't want to yell out through it.
we should go anyways just to make sure they didn't show up and walk into a trap where they get kidnapped.
Sounds good. All right, but first we need a spot to interrogate it. Where are we going?
I don't know.
All right, back to the house it
We
is.
should take him to the library.
We could do. Well,
We can't be allowed there.
yeah.
Why were we planning on being loud?
I mean, I assume the person being interrogated is not going to be quiet about it.
You can't do bad cop, good cop if the bad
The-
cop has to answer to a librarian going, "Shh."
I don't know. That's the most intimidating thing I can think of.
Erskine agrees.
Well,
What time is it right now?
yeah, that's a good question.
It's like mid-afternoon. It's like 2:30ish.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, let's try the houses. We head to the house first on the way to the library. So let's stop by the house first, and if we need any more info or if we just need to relocate, we can relocate to the library to continue the interrogation. Set. Sound good?
Yeah.
That sounds all right.
All right, off we go. Who has the mosquito? I look to the mosquito being held by Algernon, who is being held by Erstein.
Erstein has it.
I see.
Christine turns to look. He was just gently moving Algernon from side to side. How tall is Christine, by the way?
It should say in your character bio.
I have not looked at that. That's a great thing to look at, I think. Except for the fact that it's...
You are 7'3".
Hey, hold up. I'm 5'11".
Christine...
Yeah.
Yeah, we went over.
Christine picked up game too.
I hate. Okay.
And Algernon is 6'1".
Oh, I hate you, Colin.
Damn, that's crazy. After putting them on his shoulders, he will start going towards the library.
What you mean towards the house?
One of the two. If,
I see.
If he is told to redirect towards the house, he will.
It's just that the house is on the way, I think, because we have to go. What's it? Like this.
Yeah. So, like, he starts to turn this way. But if he's told to redirect, he
Okay, and I'm like, hey, Erstein, that way to the house.
will... Oh, okay.
Yeah. We'll get to the library. Don't worry.
And now they are at the house.
All right. Does anyone have any form of like entrapment spell or something?
I believe I might. Or maybe I didn't take one.
I can
I
possibly
do.
trap them by saying I'll vaporize them instantly if they run away.
That's true. Yeah. I could prepare a spell too, just to say if they have any ideas about running.
I have one, but it
I-
only lasts a minute.
I have.
Wait, you said you
Um,
have one that'll last a minute?
It only lasts a minute.
That's fine.
Maybe Erstein could just hold him down.
I have rope.
As a rope.
We'll have. Yeah, we can tie.
I could
Erstein.
ensnare. I could ensnare him with my charming good looks and personality.
I see.
When does he stop being a mosquito?
When Mork decides so.
Or an hour.
Or an hour, okay.
Yeah. So functionally, when Mork says so.
I'm assuming we're all back at the place that we were resting at.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Broken bottle and everything.
Christine sweeps up the bottle because he feels bad about it.
No, you're good. Just
That's
lamenting.
That would come in.
Yeah, I guess we can try. Okay, we can try tying him up. If he
Actually,
breaks,
that would have to happen after he turns back into not being polymorphed. You can't
So I
tie
guess-
up a mosquito.
that's fair. All right, so we can have Erstein hold him down, and then you tie him up. Yeah,
We also have the magic root, or
Yeah.
do we?
yeah.
Ma-
that
magic
one only lasts for a minute, but that could be critically
Oh.
like if the person tries to get away.
That would be good just to give me time to tie them up.
Ooh. All right, that works. All right, everyone. I just say everyone prepare to tie him down.
All right.
I'm ready.
Colin, I guess we're all readying actions.
Okay.
Yep.
All right,
Yeah. Ready.
on your signal, Mork.
All right. Here we go. And I let it drop.
Aristine animal handle.
Erstine.
This has lock in the name.
Erstine manages as soon. So basically, you drop. Yes.
Sorry. I wanted to ready an action to cast Guardian of Nature on Erstine.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So basically, you drop the jar, and as soon as it shatters on the ground, Mork releases their spell, and the centipede thing comes back. Erstine immediately uses his heft and size to grapple as many of its arms as it can and pin it up against like the corner of the wall.
I also intimidate to like dissuade any attempts to escape.
I will let you do that after everybody else does their actions.
That's fair.
Wait, shit, that wasn't what I meant to do.
That's on yourself, though.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I don't have the rope, so I guess
Yeah,
whoever
I
has the
have.
rope.
So, and Algernon will move in to tie the rope around the centipede man.
Please tell me I'm getting at least half the arms. That'd be so cool.
I'm gonna need Erstine and Algernon to make a dexterity saving throw.
All right. I.
Oh,
bel- Alright, you can use a bonus action every turn to gain advantage on next dexterity. Alright, yeah, sorry. I was just looking through the whole thing of rogue stuff to.
Oh,
Every time I go into, it's just like, is there something the rogues have to let me boost this thing? And then it's just like, oh, it didn't matter.
you're really lucky you rolled high. Algernon, things click in your mind. This guy has clearly something to do with the malevolent forces that you've been up against recently, and your mind takes you back to the last time that you had somebody cornered in a situation like this, back in the forest, and what happened to those people that you were going to interrogate. You, without like pausing for another second, you reach in between his mandibles and yank out the poisoned tooth that he had inside his mouth.
Yo!
Yo!
I literally, upon
yeah.
seeing that, Polings literally just goes, yo! Good thinking.
Yeah, before I ran with you guys, I actually worked part time as a dentist.
All right, okay.
He said,
Okay, Algernon.
lying.
Deception.
Like a liar.
Deception roll.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. I would love to learn more about human teeth sometime.
Huh. Saying that sentence out loud.
And that's a 7. Wait. Yeah, that's a 17, actually,
God
on
damn it.
deception. Because he's proficient in lying.
Jesus Christ.
Erstine glares at the centipede thing and goes, "That's the coward's way out. I will not allow it."
Call me a coward all you want. I'd rather die than give in. Still saying it
That's-
in his chattery voice, but so you guys can understand it now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh. Hey, yo. About to intimidate with lights. Fuck with it. I will get ready, and I assume an hour has passed, right?
For
Yes.
For what?
since our time in the the event.
In the college?
Yeah.
Probably not, but
How long would you say since? Because we had to leave and go back home,
maybe
right?
like 20 minutes.
I bet that's enough. I will cast. I feel like there's another magic that I have for this, but I can't see which one it is. But I will cast Zone of Truth again. And I guess I have to know whether he saves or not.
Oh, that is true.
Do we
Charisma.
also have to tell the truth?
He
That's
does
a
not.
good question.
He does
It's
not
up to, it's
save.
up to you.
Erskine does.
Christine absolutely does.
Right, that doesn't. That's so on point.
Christine does
Well,
not have to, but he will.
Algernon does.
I'll just,
hey, so were you actually a dentist, Algernon, or?
I plead the fifth.
yeah.
My past is a long story.
Listen, I've spent a lot of time on boats. People get scurvy. Sometimes you just have to yank out teeth.
All right.
It wasn't as formal as I tried to make it sound. I'm sorry.
Nah, you're good. I just that's whatever. Yeah. So I immediately, upon him being pinned down and hearing that sentence, I'm like, so if it's worth dying for you, it's clearly worth picking other people to die for you. Is that it?
Whatever are you talking about? He says very snarkily.
Can I punch him?
That's your choice.
Hello,
I mean-
God. Am I allowed to punch someone?
No. That's a character. I will meditate for a few seconds and be like, Lord, forgive me for Elida, forgive me for what I'm about to do. And I just deck him. And I'm like, okay, try to. We'll do this again.
Because he has to tell the truth. That hurt.
Okay, let's try this again. Where are the other people?
What other people, pray tell? So many people on this planet.
I deck him again.
Fuck, it hurt again.
Algernon pipes up. How about the other people you talked into going to this event at the middle of the night?
They are with us. They are with us all.
Where
You wanna explain that a bit further? This is one chance to advertise your group before I
We've
deck
took
you
them
again.
to the home site. We have took them to where the end will come in Cavaneri.
Oh, okay, so they're in Cavaneri.
Where will
Cool.
the end come?
In Cavaneri.
No, but like,
It sounded like you were saying to where the end will come in Cavaneri, not to where the end will come, comma. Cavaneri.
Yeah, sorry. He comma.
We just have this like small conversation in the middle of the entire.
You got to be clear about your grammar, dude. It's
He's just like,
Mork whips a grasping vine around his neck and goes, "What end?"
the end of it all. The purification of this godforsaken rock.
Hey,
in what year?
In what? Not 2007.
2012. Oh, no.
2001. A flood on.
This year. This
God.
year.
Oh God, guys, no, Y2K.
How are you so certain of this?
Because our Lord has predestined it, and our Lord
is
would
your
not lead
Lord?
us astray. Our Lord is the Lord, the same as any other.
Your lord is Elida?
Indeed. Although that is a foul tongue that you speak with, we have a different name for Elita and Cavanari. Arayo.
oh, so that's hey,
Fuck.
so that's the book.
Fuck you guys.
Uh, hmm. So you know of the tome? I cough to reset myself. All right. So you know of the tome Heritage to the Arayo.
You never read the heritage. Then how can you stand against us?
Well, reading's a strong word.
We were trying to track it down, actually.
Well, you see, we kind of burned it, so that's a deception. I have to. I have to. Roll
Yeah,
a
we
deception.
burned it, so algebra.
Oh, yo, this interrogation thing easy as shit.
He erupts in a venomous scream, like spit and saliva, like shooting everywhere as he like cries out. He's like, "You burn the sacred texts!"
Yeah, we're actually going through epitaphs through the ages next. This is a direct order, so if you have anything you want to say before that one gets, carbonized, I'd suggest you say it now.
I'm unfamiliar with what book you speak of.
Well, they said it was it's something we found alongside Heritage through the. You know what? Don't even worry about it. It's not like something you'd know. I don't think you're that important in this whole order anyway.
You're right. I am merely a lowly grunt, and my service is not appreciated.
Do you looking for a career change or?
Alphabetical order anyway.
What was that, Josh?
Oh, the books were probably ordered in alphabetical order anyway. So.
Oh.
What makes you so sure that this purification will happen? And in what fashion will it happen?
Arayo, he has promised it to us. He will rid this world of everything, and then us, the Kavanari, will remain on top. We will be the only survivors.
I tighten the grasping vine and say, I asked you what fashion.
That is God's will to know alone.
Damn, that was the truth. Hey, they said hey, they were being truthful on that one.
How can it be stopped?
It cannot be stopped. It is predestined.
So the three that you spoke to today that you've convinced, are they also on their way to this place of end?
I would have grabbed them tonight and taken them.
Are there
anyone with
others?
Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Same question.
Yeah.
What about the others?
Are there others with you, working with you here?
We occupy all known towns and provinces and countries and continents. But
How
here
many
specifically,
in this
I am
town?
the only.
Hey, you seem unappreciated in your work area, dog. You ever think about a career change?
You will not convince me to forsake my lord.
I mean,
Said anything about forsaking, my guy?
I didn't say forsake. I just said get a career change, dog.
You laugh now, mortal. But watch when you burn.
How is
You
it
mean
that
like
the
the book?
Kavanari will be spared?
Our Lord has promised us he will oversee our glorious salvation.
Did he explain why?
Did he explain how either?
We are his chosen people, we who dub him by his true name.
So no. So that's a no.
That's
on
a
our
no.
question.
That's a no. All right, that's good to
Who will
know.
survive? I said, who will survive?
The Kavanari and none else.
Hey, do you think it'd be worth it to try and take him back to the kingdom? Actually,
No,
I do
I
have
think
one
he's
last
more
question.
trouble than he's worth.
Yeah, I agree. But I do have one last question. What do you know of, sorry, his name slipped my mind. I say this in
Tomas.
character. Huh?
Tomas.
Do you say that in character? Because I actually did say, like, his name slipped my mind.
Where are you going for?
Yes. I'm
Yeah,
confused.
no, that was just. What was it?
What do you mean by this?
I do not know anybody by the name Tomas.
No, that was a good try, but that was not the person I was thinking of. Who was it?
There have been people going missing here recently. What do you know of them and their fate?
I took them all
Why?
to recruit them for our glorious cause. They do the work, and then we throw them away when their use is up.
What work must be done?
You see he's like struggling really hard not to give anything away. The work is to... You see his eyes kind of like go completely blank white, and he just starts muttering, bark is bone and pulp is flesh, render the two apart, crack emerges, painful burn, blood flows from the heart, well undone and made anew, as is by God's command, with eye sacrifice, and the ultimate twice finished with the hand.
I don't know anyone of that name. Do you know of a so-and-so?
Oh my god, we go so far back.
Could you write that out? That kind of ran through pretty quick.
Yeah.
It ran through quick. You didn't fully catch it.
Oh, that's true. Oh, okay, that's part of the thing. That's part of the thing. All right, cool.
Erskine will attempt to intimidate him into saying what?
He like kind of snaps back to, like his eyes kind of come back with color, and he's like, "We use them in order to purify the sacrifice."
Elaborate.
Are they dead?
I cannot. This is all I know. The ones that we have taken, some might be dead, some might still be alive.
Okay, so this is out of character. Colin, what was the name of the person that left earlier today? The one that we were working through.
Person that
Oh, the
left.
headmaster.
The headmaster. Yeah.
Rayless?
Rayless.
I know
Oh,
he is
yeah, that's-
headmaster of this town,
He has no connection with you guys?
but of course not. Such
Okay, just making
weak,
sure.
elderly scum. I should take him when I have the chance.
You won't have a chance to take anyone ever again.
We shall see.
Indeed, we shall.
Indeed, we shall.
And
Finish.
Erskine will twist his neck and kind of rip his head off.
Oh my god.
Jesus. Ersti's like, I learned how to snap someone's neck. You just twist. And he twists just way too far and it just spins off.
And he's mad about it too.
Rage
He's
too.
Grr.
Grr.
If rage is so good, why isn't there rage? Oh god.
Rage 2. No, not like.
I mean, he's like an insectoid. It's not the most structurally sound skeleton once you break the exo. Yeah, so you just twist and he's like, he goes out laughing. He's like,
Well,
I feel bad because I had my own messed up way to execute it. I was gonna put the poison tooth back in.
oh, that's wrong.
I was about to ask if he liked being hydrated and then casting my spell of dehydration on him.
Oh. Y'all are
Not very
tough.
subtle, that one.
But it works on Megamind's dehydration rules, so like
Just a cube.
just a small cube.
as Erskine like kind of rips this head off, you're all like, well, that is what it is. And then in his hands, the head jerks violently and gives out
Do
one.
you like being hydrated?
and gives out one final puff. I suggest asking your dear king how much he favors you in the oncoming time.
Ursine will stomp on the head.
And it
In
just
the oncoming
disintegrates
what?
in the oncoming times, is what he was saying.
Ah.
And then it just dehydrated, and then Erstein stomps on it into just a pile of dust.
And then Algernon just throws the tooth back at it.
like the dog toy or the dog treat fucking skit from like the abridged. Alright, well, that was unsettling.
And that's where we're gonna end today's session.
Alright.
Alright.
What an end.
I got to rip someone's head off. I'm happy.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
I hope me using my spell of removing water early and not having access to this spell anymore doesn't cause any troubles with excess water down the line.
We're just trapped in a waterfall.
No.
Is that just one and done? Like,
No, I just have to use a long rest and I'll get my spell slot back. It's quite a lot of power. It was a 8th level spell.
Oh no, Josh's voice is stuck.
Huh? Oh.
It's method acting, dear.
And scene.